let's go boom. let's go boom. Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. We're in today 2 and we have so many great action that happened back in day 1. Day 2, things are only getting better. It's Contract here alongside with Sir Cloud, bringing you all the heat, all the action, and all the glory.
Yeah, just like how the teams have warmed up from yesterday's games. Hopefully you guys are warmed up as well, because today is definitely going to be hot for sure. Harame Bros currently on top. Can they maintain it? Because teams behind them will be looking to overtake that #1 spot.
That's right, and there are teams such as Genesis Esports as well as Playbook Esports that have done so well on the very first day. And who knows, there might just be other teams that have actually found the formula after studying what really happened back in Game 1 all the way to Game 6, and now maybe with those form of adjustments, they might be able to basically challenge Harame Bro as well. So I think it happened here because we got 6 maps of play per day, and we're gonna have the show running every single day of this week to the weekend, and we will see who will be the winners of the first week of the league. But of course, without any further ado, we're going to be of course welcoming you guys in with the format as well as how the whole PMCL league will work throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, so the format, if you caught us yesterday, you've probably seen it, you probably know it by now. But in case you just joined us today, the first time in this season, here it is. We're going to start off with Sanhok, followed by 3 Erangels back to back, and then we're going to end the day with 2 Miramar. So all the teams are going to play in a round robin fashion. We're going to have 6 maps all together for us to be entertained. When it comes to the point system, it's going to be same all the way. Winner chicken dinner will take home 10 points. Second place will take home 6 points. Third place 5 points. Fourth place 4 points. Fifth place 3 points. Sixth place 2 points. 7 to 8 will receive 1 point. Unfortunately, they fall in the 9 to 16 bracket. No placement points at all, but they can still gain 1 elimination per point.
Absolutely, and with all these matches that we've seen so far, certain teams, they did not even finish on 7th placement or 8th, but they've racked up plenty of elimination points in order to end the game at least in a top 3 amount of points. So with that being said, I think that SEA definitely have a lot of firepower to offer, so we're looking at teams really raking up elimination points per round in order to succeed in every single map. But of course, with so many of these teams playing, you guys might be wondering, how do you basically fit 20 teams? They will be divided into 5 groups, and each map, 1 group will be sitting out, as we will start today in Sanhok with Group A, B, D, E. With Group C sitting out, we will not be seeing certain names such as Dread Esports, The Quarter, MFG Esports, as well as I Esports. But what we do get for our first 2 rounds here in Sanhok as well as Erangel will be this stacked roster, which consists of these respective names.
Yeah, same like how we ended yesterday. Today we're going to continue on with the same group as the start of the day. And like what we discussed yesterday, A, B, D, and E, these 4 groups have representatives that have gotten chicken dinners of their own. So in other words, this is arguably at this point the most stacked group of them all. So we're going to see them together inside the smallest map, that is Sanhok. And if we base out of yesterday's Sanhok, we saw a lot of early fights.
Indeed, and I believe that with what they've shown us yesterday, it's just going to be pretty much the same sort of formula, except now that a lot of these groups are also meeting each other again with, adjustments from yesterday with Group A sitting out. Maybe there's still going to be those early contests like we did expect for our very first game. So let's see what will happen this time around. And what they are fighting for is a total cash prize of 27,000 US dollars plus 900, of course, which I missed out. And not only that, each week they will be rewarded with the best performing team to receive $150. The Terminator of the week itself will receive $150 as well, and each chicken dinners, the winners will walk away $100 richer.
Yeah, whether it's individual prizes, team prizes, it's all here, ladies and gentlemen. So, best performance team weekly, that's something for the team to aim for. I believe this is awarded to the number one team in that particular week. So, keeping the momentum to be up there, besides being rewarded with the maximum points for that week, it's also to be rewarded with extra cash here. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is only for the league prize pool. When it comes to the finals, there will be a different set of prize pools.
Yeah, and I just love how the PMCL really upped the ante for the Southeast Asia region. Back then, when it used to be the PMPL wildcards and stuff like that, the prize pool and stuff is not as huge as this season. So I do believe that this season, everybody's going to work really, really hard to get those prizes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not about the prize to be the reason for them to work hard. It's also about the slot to the next round. In Brazil, the PMGO, that ticket is a big one. A big prize pool. I believe it is a 500,000 US dollars. So, hey, I mean, putting 500,000 US dollar prize pool into anyone's face, take it.
Yeah, and we wish to be in Brazil ourselves as well, because we've never been to Rio de Janeiro. But a lot of all these players, they've always had this dream to compete at the highest level and perhaps win the global title as well. With the PMGO coming up, I believe that this is that perfect place for them to be ready for the biggest challenge of it all. And those that come up on top here will get that golden ticket, that golden opportunity, and it starts right here. So with that said, we're going to be beginning of our map of Sanhok, and you did mention that, these are the groups that have respectively at least one chicken dinner on each group, which is the Stackers roster, and that also means that they will be playing the most games after completing game 1 as well as game 2 of day 2. So I guess this will be a little bit challenging for those that tries to keep up with the leaderboard that are missing out in this match.
Well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, they say. So just like you guys, if you want to beat your friends, you got to be the best in style. So what you can do is try to pick up this set here, the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set, which is currently available inside the game until the 9th of March, and this will also help you to upgrade your MK14. So do not miss out on it. Your first draw is only 10 UC. Everyone has 10 UC to spare. Again, don't forget to check this out inside the game, because the offer is up there for a limited amount of time until the 9th of March. So that is about 9 days from now.
Yeah, and not only that, it also does offer loot crates, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect with the set as well. So make sure you guys don't miss out on this golden opportunity, literally. And not only do we have the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set available for you guys to check out, there's so many great offerings in the realm of PUBG Mobile that you do not want to miss.
Yes, keep this as your set, ladies and gentlemen. I know there are a lot of collectors out there. Might as well. You don't want to miss out on it. And we will also have a few other promos to remind you as well later on. But speaking about later, right? That later looks like it's going to come out now, ladies and gentlemen. If the dragons are not your jam, you can always go for this Serpent Gleam set that is currently available in game until the 21st of March.
That's right, ladies and gents, and with the Serpent Gleam set, you could also basically get all these on-hit effects and everything else that we did mention for the other set as well. So what you really want to do is jump into PUBG Mobile and show your glamorous moment with this new set, which, once again, your first draw is only 10 UC.
Yeah, I take this opportunity to upgrade your AWM as well. So go for it. I mean, it's only 10 UC as your first draw. You can, of course, draw more after that. But, man, just the first draw, 10 UC. Why not, right? Keep it permanently into your inventory. Be a collector. Show off to your friends. If you're not an AWM user, well, it can be a nice, a shiny collection just to flex it out,
Yeah, and I think this is definitely something that will basically make the lobby fear you the moment that you not only have the Super Gleam set, but also with the on hit effect that will basically announce to the whole lobby, okay, this guy has got not only a AWM, but a Serpent Gleam one. So this is definitely exclusive coming in from the Guild set, so you definitely don't want to miss it.
Yes, and these are the only two promos for now that we'll be reminding you. So you gotta get it. If not, we're gonna keep reminding you again and again and again and again. We'll have more coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned with us. But what you want to stay tuned, of course, is the competition that will be starting soon inside of Sanhok. So looking at the Sanhok yesterday, we only have one Sanhok game. So that is all the data that we have. Same goes for the teams as well. That is all the data that they have. And to remind everyone, the one that got the chicken dinner inside of yesterday's Sanhok was a 2-1 Akira. And they are playing again today in the Sanhok.
Yeah, maybe they could basically retain the title to be the kings of Sanhok. Well, it's still very early in the league, so with about 3 weeks of play, we basically have about at least 15 opportunities, and this is just one out of many. It definitely takes a little bit of adjusting because each respective day we will have a very different group setting for each respective week, so they definitely still need to adapt every step of the way. So Sanhok is always going to be fast paced, and I think a lot of Southeast Asian teams absolutely love this map because you see majority of them goes in with the short close range play style. So this is definitely up their alley.
Yes, and what else we'll be looking forward to is if any team were to break the eliminations per round with a chicken dinner. So for now, it has been held by Playbook Esports with 12 eliminations and a chicken dinner, obviously, in the third game yesterday in Erangel. So looking forward to see if any team can break that record. But if you ask me, 12 eliminations, I think the bar is very doable to be overtaken. I would expect it to be probably done today.
Perhaps so. Is it gonna be in Sanhok in terms of your prediction?
Well, maybe, because that's the opportunity for teams to collect eliminations. Just like you guys have the opportunity to collect this into your inventory. The Line Friends collaboration is currently in the game and is only available until 3rd of March. So 3 more days to go for you to bring your buddy Sally into your inventory.
Yeah, and it also does come with new sets and items as well as the brand new prize path, which can unlock special Line Friends rewards. So make sure you jump into PUBG Mobile from today until March 3rd. You don't have many days to go, so make sure you make the most out of the excitement and buddy up with your friends for the battles.
Yes, keep this in your inventory and flex it out with your real friends as well. You never know if this might not come back in the future, so you don't want to lose out on that opportunity to put it in your set here. Again, it is until 3rd of March, so log into the game and check it out. Don't take our word for it.
Yeah, and we're definitely excited to see who's going to be equipping some of all these Line Friend buddies that will be in the game as well. But when we move into the PMCL, of course, there's still a lot of things that we could basically talk about. Yesterday, there's a lot of highs and also a couple of lows that, is a little bit shocking to some, especially for Asia Esports. They didn't have a good day at all. There's only one game that they managed to at least get about 5 points or so and close out the entirety of the day. Close towards the bottom of the bracket later when they do play. I hope that they've been able to really get accustomed to the playstyle and pacing of all the rest of the competitors of the PMCL.
Yeah, I mean, so far, if we break it out by a region, right? The Philippines have been bringing in the most chicken dinners. So 3 chicken dinners yesterday, 2 from Cambodia and 1 from Myanmar. The maybe sort of a surprise that haven't got a chicken dinner might be to some of the fans based on their track record is Genesis Esports, but they have been very consistent in their gameplay. Hence, they are currently at number 2. They are only 4 points behind Harame Bros. So it only takes them one round to overtake them. But let's also not forget about Playbook Esports currently at number 3, 7 points behind Harame Bros. Again, 7 points is doable within one round. So Harame Bros, they are definitely not in a comfortable position.
Yeah, it's definitely far from comfortable for now because every other team, other than Justice Esports, are also giving chase at the same time. When we look at Playbook Esports, that's like 51 points at the moment. They can basically get another chicken dinner in the back like what they did yesterday and really close out the game very strongly. And not only that, 2-1 for Akira. I want to see whether or not can they still keep up with the pressure of the league. As much as, 2-1 Akira is a new name here in the PMCL overall, but they definitely come in with a roster that has competed so far in the previous PMPL SEA wildcard. So they definitely do know how to basically get adjusted into certain settings of playstyles.
Yep, and speaking about playstyles, right? So we're going to get into the game in less than 1 minute. What kind of playstyle will you be expecting, especially in this round after the teams had the time with each other yesterday?
Well, from what I see, it's just full aggro all the way for teams like Harame Bro as well as GE. Very similar style for in terms of gameplay, because these two teams really love to take up those fights. Maybe for GE, they look a little bit more coordinated, but Harame Bro, they basically thrive in that chaos. So I guess chaos is going to be what we will see in our first round.
Oh yeah, that's what we would like as viewers. Chaos from the start till the end. It's all about entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking about entertainment, are you not ready to be entertained? Because we're jumping on to our first map today. Let's head on to none other than Sanhok.
Here we go, day 2 of the PMCL Southeast Asia, and we've got so many brilliant names across the Philippines, Myanmar, Cambodia, as well as Singapore. And of course, there are certain teams that also deploying players from other regions as well, such as Malaysia, and you did mention Japan. So that is definitely something really interesting when we begin this very first season of the PMCL. Now, of course, we already have the flight taking off. We'll have to see which couple of squads will be contesting certain spots, because yesterday, when we begin our run, Ruins was contested, where we see the members of See You Soon fighting against some players out there. But over onto the southern side, it seems like there's a battle in Sami.
Ooh, yesterday, Playbook Esports, they were not contested in Sami. Now, APG is dropping by. Let's see what's going to happen here. Looking at the current situation, hang on. APG, they are spread out across Bantai. So, who is that team? Okay, hopefully we get a visual later on. But inside of Bootcamp, 2 teams going in for it. I see Enigma and also TTQ in it.
Yeah, and back towards the battle over Sami, it's going to be Flash Vision that they are fighting up against. PBE, they do find another one point in the back, and unfortunately, it's not going to be much saving grace for Flash Vision, because they are basically stuck within the same compound of the city, and they just have to look for a way out. We'll eventually continue on with the battle into the middle of Bootcamp, but there is another pickoff. Like we said, it's going to be chaos, because look at the feed. It's just names popping left, right, and center.
Yeah, and that doesn't help that the first circle is on the Camp Alpha Island, arguably one of the toughest circles in this map. Mon Boy being naughty, pant down Ares, and that also means that between Playbook Esports and Flash Vision, it's a 3v2, I believe.
Yeah, it's not looking all too good for them, but they are definitely retaliating for now. Michi playing it slowly, knowing that the enemies might be having defilets to throw. Over on the side of Zero Skur, trying to cook up a grenade. Only a vector in the hand of the other FV player. Jared will just waiting to get a little glimpse of Zero. I think he spotted some movement behind that shack. Therefore, the moment that they do pop out, that's where they will tend to strike. But they want to secure this one clean, so they will wait for backup to arrive. Meanwhile, STE having Miner to basically shred fourth row very early in the game. One member lost from side of Exquisite Esports.
Yeah, another early elimination for fourth row. Yesterday it was early. It was an early elimination for him, one of the Miramar maps, but now coming back to Flash Vision, only Shakir left the last man standing with a factor in hand, like what you mentioned. Playbook Esports, they know where he is. They know they do have the numbers. The DBS comes in, and Flash Vision Esports becomes the first team to be eliminated.
So unfortunate for Shakir. I mean, he let loose some footsteps, and they know that they're just over on the bottom floor, and Jarrell makes quick work of that. 3 solid points. They did lose one member from the side of Playbook Esports, but this is entirely doable now that they have a clearer passage to move into the Camp Alpha side. Meanwhile, over onto Quarry, we do see the rest of FRL taking a battle on the outskirts against Myth Clan. Devon goes for that 1 versus 1 challenge. Make it 2 versus 1. Devon absolutely pins it off. Joseph's already on the ground. He needs to work some magic here. He brings one down. Looking for the second as he got to go for the shot.
Oh, he's out of bullets.
He's just so low. He didn't have enough bullets to fight.
Oh man, I was looking at his chamber. He only had 7 bullets left and he needed to reload that. No chance given from Need You. Devon goes out. Myth Clan unfortunately eliminated early this time.
Wasn't sure if he had a secondary weapon, but even if he changed to that secondary weapon, it will basically take a split second, which may cost him that fight as well. So he basically wing it with those bullets. Unfortunately, not most of it connect. But that was an exciting 1 versus 2 at the very least. While more things happen across the boot camp, we see Enigma picking up 1. Meanwhile, TTQ having 1 member knocked down as well. GE now takes control of the boot camp heals instead. TTQ were kind of spread out over onto the central area of play, while GE, they kept their eyes towards the side of TTQ for quite some time. Still not really finding anything from the distance.
I like what GE is doing. They are taking an angle, trying to stop teams from rotating onto the Camp Alpha Island. So, opportunity for them to pick up elimination points, perhaps. Already 2 in the back for Genesis Esports. Scoping out his west, and he knows that somebody is just right in front of him. TTQ. A couple of members in the water. One of them managed to get to the other side. Should be safe for now, but the question is going to be for how long, because he is alone in the Camp Alpha Island.
Wow, PBE is basically hunting out all the Singapore and Malaysia teams. They strike down FV and now looking out for Anchor PUBG as well, as they find Adik Boy and basically getting that elimination. That is stacking things up for the side of PBE with 4. Meanwhile, Natown gets caught out very early on. Quite unfortunate because he's one of the high fragging power unit coming from the side of Exquisite as they get infiltrated throughout the compound. DBS is a warning shot, and that is swift and deadly.
Yeah, Exquisite goes out. 0 points this round. Same goes for Enigma. At least for Myth Clan and Flash Vision, they got at least 1 point. Now coming back on to See You Soon. Boyshon cooking up the snake. KH knows that someone's up there. Boyshon takes a little bit of damage. Down to 50% of health. KH is still okay. Zuki is on the other side as the support, so it's not going to be that easy for Boyshon to go on to KH.
Yeah, he definitely has to back away and respect the spacing that has been controlled by the rest of TTQ. Falling back to recuperate on his HP bars. He needs to spot out Zuki first before making any advancements. Whereas Zuki, he spot out the rest of See You Soon Tiger KE. Quite a mouthful of a name, but I guess we have to make do with that. Great knock. As it's going to be Minchi that will also find one player out there. That's Master Rick's knocked out as well. KH tries to lock out the rest of See You Soon KE. TTQ is in a very awkward spot because much early on, when we look across the river, there's also GE overlooking into the side of the hill. So they are kind of stuck here, and they basically have to eventually move towards the hillside because that's where the coverage of the circle will be.
And I have to count the syllabus. Which name is longer? Is it GDGIDS in their long form, or see you soon XKE in their long form? Okay, we need to make a calculation later. But looking at the circle right now, again, it's a very, very tough circle. I would expect this circle to go all the way onto the Cam Alpha Island at some point. So teams on the main peninsula will need to be prepared for that. Speaking of preparation, looks like Harame Bros opening their account this time around. A range knockdown, pretty much out in the open, and Amura is using him as bait.
Yeah, and definitely they are going to be pretty much in a very dangerous situation with this valley over the hills that just basically zoned it out. God of Death 7, they're doing such great work from the top. Random sprays into the smoke, not really finding anything at all. That has already been secured. Harame Bros, they just basically have to take shelter in that compound for the moment, whereas Federales knows that Amura's right behind that stone, so he will basically keep watch to ensure that Amura will not basically leave his sight.
And we got Federales keeping an eye on Amura. Now, Amura is actually the one locked down. His other teammates are on the other side of the road, and it's not going to be easy for them to save him for now, but at least he's still within the circle, so I think it's okay for him to hold on to the position and see what happens to the circle next. Now, Skynin, prime position on top of the Cam Alpha Mountain. My favorite position with this kind of circle, Austria Esports. As long as they can lock this place in, they should be able to do good.
Yeah, and these players are definitely on a mission to outlast the zone all the way till stage 7 at the very least. I mean, we're not asking for 9 because when we look into the pacing of this match, it's only stage 2, and we've already lost 5 teams that quickly. So I believe that we're going to see this match pan out quicker than what the usual setting would be. Baby Harry causing a lot of noise with the vehicle that he has, but I guess like it just allows them to maneuver very quickly around these hillside of the temple grounds. There is going to be some squads hanging by over the top end, which they will be cautious of. PB, they've already hunted out quite a number of teams, and they are taking a slower approach to move into the island instead. Currently sitting with 7 points total, tying it with FRL.
Oh, look at this. Wako spots out his opponent on the high ground. So everyone has a good amount of information with each other. That will be crucial on the next stage because we're heading on to stage number 3 in about 5 more seconds. Let's see if 214 Akira will be forced to go up to the high ground. Maybe. Oh, but interesting. The circle actually went on to Harton. So instead, the teams on the high ground, look at you guys from Austria Esports, will need to come down.
Wow, I love a little bit of that village contest when we move into the later stage of the game. Austria Esports are basically taking control of the hill, so whoever wants to get past will have to go through them, which is going to be very deadly, especially for Harame Bro. They're getting absolutely zoned out, so they are just forcing their way into the zone as Akira having Wako just driving directly into the center of the city, paying a visit to the rest of Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, look at this. Amura finished off by MM from Harame Bros. Harame Bros now 2 elimination points. 2 pro from 214 Akira gets knocked down. Romeo Boy from afar, scoping out, putting a lot of pressure on 214 Akira.
A lot of damage being done, and you expect more and more teams to be joining in the party as well. Michi gets one more member inside of FRL. Akira will have to flush away the rest of Austria Esports that have just arrived by the doorstep. H2R dropping great grenade onto the side of Red Bull. Still no saving grace for the side of 9X, and he does get a little bit bird's eye view, but not quick enough. H2R falls. That's 2 members down, and Yangon Galacticos will chime right in. Third parties, as these 2 teams will take out 214 Akira.
Unfortunately for 2-1 for Akira, as long as they have lasted, they only got one elimination point and no place on points because they were out at number 10. It's a difficult round for them. But anyway, looking forward to the next round, I guess. Circle-wise, all the way focused onto Harton. The teams from the high ground of the Katkam Mountain, of the Kamalfa Mountain, they are down now. It's a matter of some of the other teams to get into the circle. I'm looking at Michi right now. He is the only one spending time in the blue.
Yeah, and I guess he's just going to be lurking in a little bit later because they do expect that a lot of all these teams will be inside the quarters of Hatin. Meanwhile, footsteps heard from the side of GE as they try to keep the rest of TTQ at bay. Very interesting position coming in from Murnat Boy. He's going to be looking for a flank angle to surprise TTQ with this engagement. Master Ichi now drops a little bit of a frag grenade. It might just be a couple of smokes as well to block their sights. Spotted out quickly. Small did not check the corners.
Oh, but Murnat is ready for that. Murnat gets a knockdown. Now he has to move because of the blue. Putting pressure onto him. On the left side, there's a member of TTQ. They do have a high ground advantage. Man's gonna go down. Gus knocked down. Murnat is still alive. Gonna get another one. Unfortunately not. Now Murnat is on his knees inside of the blue. West, can he get revenge? Cooking up that nade. Tosses in onto the inside. KH now in trouble. He's tanking the blue as well. The blue might do its work. Genesis Esports might want to give out that point, but no, West will ensure the point is still theirs.
And they still managed to go in for a pickup towards Smile. They did lose Murnat in the process. That was a very, very difficult battle for the side of TTQ, where you're just being clinched into a very small territory, and with the blue zone pressuring, there's really not many space for them to run about. But when we look into the late stage of the game, yes, indeed, they will be fighting inside the quarters of Hatin. But on the outskirts, you can see that Harami Bro is smart enough not to rush into the city, understanding that on the corners of these compounds, there's going to be players lurking around. So they will basically take that late approach to enter whenever they can, as there's still a couple of players from the back. That will be PBE that will have to go through both GOT7 as well as Harami Bro.
GOT7. We still got two players here. XZXY on the outside of the circle, keeping an eye on to Playbook Esports, looking to make their way into the circle. Now he's being the snake. His other teammate, KS, is in the water, so it's not going to affect that much. Let's see what XZXY can do about this. Oh no, this is bad news contra KS, spotted out by Harame Bros.
Yeah, this is not going to be any good for the side of GOT7. How are they supposed to even enter? John now spots out Monboy as PBE had no option but to just wing it to get themselves a spot into stage 5. Just keeping his eyes very closely to the side of Ixie. GOT7, I don't know. Well, I don't even know. Like, maybe they're just gonna tap out here because they know that they are currently stuck. There's no vehicle for them to basically maneuver around. So Ixie is just gonna buy some time healing up, but over and back though. Oh my word! The last stand approach as they manage to at least do a little bit of damage before bowing out.
Yeah, he peeks out, he loses his head just like that. Now it's down to his teammate to try to survive and live as long as possible, go for play some points. Stage 5 it is, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if we still got the circle. Looking over at the minimap, teams on the outside. I guess just the Esports, see you soon. They are not within it. They need to find a way to get into the city.
Yeah, the question is how though? I mean, for see you soon Tiger KE, they have to perhaps take a very different approach. The easier route, I say easy, but it's still going to be difficult because there's Ozja, there's PBE. They will have to cut towards the back of the hill and then regroup, get towards the site where GE is currently at by the bridge. Then maybe they will be able to pass by with a glimmer of chance, you know? So
Ooh, let's
Over on
see.
top
Speaking of a
side.
glimmer of chance, I think KS has a glimmer of chance because there's some area within the water that has the circle. So he can still kind of do that Mission Impossible move to swim into that area and try to hold on as long as possible. Because right now we have 8 teams. So placement points are starting to kick in. But the Harami Bros are actually heading towards this direction. But STE, I think they have an idea that the bros are in the water.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just sticking by the corner. He should basically know very well about this. Just waiting for the right moment. The moment that they step out of the water is where they all get caught out. And there you go. 7-6-2. Getting 1, 2. 3 fishes. Could it be Federales? He's just going to swim a little further, but will be clipped out. Cheeky attempt, but no luck whatsoever for Harami, bro. But they did not spot out God 7. It's going to be KS that will join in the scene as well. And Westy and the rest of GE, they're chiming in from the back.
Wow, surprise, surprise by KS from behind. Knocking down one, but not able to finish up the chop just yet. Newbie is on his way onto where KS is at. KS got to be prepared to defend against the onslaught that's incoming onto him. Now moving over to Michi. Michi gets a knockdown onto one member of Osja. KS looks like he went out. Number 7 won the elimination point. Michi now looking for more. He's going to rush in with the DBS. Finding the right timing. Goes in, shoots, and he scores.
Great timing coming in from Michi. Now it's 10 points in for Playbook Esports as the Filipino team once again being absolutely ruthless inside of Sanhok. You know, yesterday it really was about 2-1 for Akira, but PBE just basically showing no signs of mystics whatsoever throughout the course of the run. I mean, just losing one member in that early game didn't really hinder them at all. Now, this is where things get a little bit more awkward because we don't know whether if that later stage will be within that city or slightly outskirts. GE, they are going to buy a little bit more time from the outside, and there's still plenty of space to be created much later on. But Strangers Esport might be the one to be the bane of their existence because if they look to set foot forward, they will be spotted out.
Speaking about Playbook Esports, right now they have 10 elimination points. They're edging towards breaking their own record. Again, their record is 12 elimination points in a single round. That's the highest so far. They're 2 away, or make that 3 away from breaking it. Very, very doable with the amount of players, though, in the game.
Yeah, very, very possible, especially now it's only stage 6. And with them being within the areas of the city, I guess that if they're really looking for even more takedown, there's Osja, YG, as well as CU soon within the city. On the outskirts, I think like it's only going to be a battle between STE as well as the rest of GE. As the circle draws to a close, we'll see a little bit of that update. Where exactly will it close towards? And looks like GE predicted this pretty well, that it won't entirely be in the city. PBE now has got to find ways to advance against CU soon. And got to look out for Osja as well.
Wow, Osja arguably the furthest away now. And they probably need to cut through either Yango Caticos or Playbook Esports, depending which route they choose to take. But Playbook Esports, they're advancing. Looks like they might take the fight against CU soon within the circle. Osja making a move as well. They're moving towards the left side where Yango Caticos is at. Let's see when will they come in. It's all about timing right now. Playbook Esports goes in. Playbook Esports wins the fight. 11 eliminations now for Playbook Esports.
They're going to be looking in for more. Now in the top 5, plenty of opportunities out there for them to grasp. Osja Esports doing so well. This time in this matchup, they brought in Gui in exchange for Astro X. And as much as they haven't really got the maximum amount of eliminations for the time being, 4 points on the block as well as the top 5, they are looking to be at least a little bit steadier as they did yesterday. Smile with a great grenade, clips onto one member of the side of Stranger. PBE, they have great control over the southwestern corner of the map. Osja now having one member down. Only down to Gui to see if he can basically survive, and he will not. Osja Esports now in the top 5, at the very least. So, heading into the top 4, each one of these teams have secured great eliminations each. YG, despite having lesser, they are taking control of the city, and we'll see what will happen from here on.
Well, Playboy Esports now has 12 eliminations. They just need one more to break their own record. STE now coming in. Scotty from the outside with a 12K. Sees his opponent, shoots, and again he scores. It's going to be their 6th elimination now. 3 more teams to go. We got Playboy Esports, STE, and Genesis Esports.
But the side of PBE, they do have Bomboy being knocked out. Great grenade from the side of Master Ichi. Each one of these teams were basically hanging on tight for that chicken dinner. Master Ichi will secure that elimination against Bomboy. Scotty knows that they're inside of the shacks. Try to basically force them out as well as to pressurize them to stay put at the same time. But Smile, he's got some great field here on the rocks.
Oh, 2 members on STE currently down. Smile will become another point for Genesis Esports. Going to be that 9 point right now. STE only has 1 active member left, and I don't think a single team is. Smile from the side, spraying it down, and he will get another one. Now it's down to Michi against Genesis Esports. 3v1 at this moment. Anyway, Playboy Esports has 30 elimination points. Michi now dancing within the smoke, but nothing is going to stop Genesis Esports from taking on the first chicken dinner today.
Genesis Esports will now overtake Harami Bros with the first game of day 2, as we see them being so well coordinated and so decisive on the final strike for the chicken dinner.
Man, Genesis Esports, just before we started this round, we talked about, they're up there without a chicken dinner, no problem, but, you know, they probably heard us and they say that, you know, I know it's a nice flex, but we still want that chicken dinner. I mean, it's extra money, so why not, right? So Sanhok is theirs in this round today.
Yeah, and they definitely done this one very beautifully. They basically move into this area of play very, very strategically, right? They were around that bootcamp area much early in the game, and they slowly cut across that river and then into Hatin, not by driving directly to the city, but to play by the edges of it. And when that circle closes up, you see that they have that perfect advantage of the terrain to work out against those that were trying to exit that city instead.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, Genesis Esports actually came in later, and they came in through the side. They didn't go directly into the town. So a little bit of a different strategy here by Genesis Esports that worked for them. I must say this was the toughest fight for Genesis Esports. Them against TTQ, because they were at the lower ground, and they need to fight with a team that had the high ground advantage and also that wall to protect them. But they still won against TTQ.
Yeah, and on top of that, you see so many of all these teams were basically subscribing into all these close range fights, but PvE right now is the king of the duels. Once again, chart-topping record of 13 elimination points, beating their own record being set yesterday with the 12 eliminations that they've gotten. And now we see the man of the match. It's definitely got to be a member of PvE, and that is Michi, with 4 elims and 897 damage.
Yes, Michi, the man of the hour. We'll be keeping an eye on whether Playboy Esports or Genesis Esports has the most eliminations in this round, because I think both of them are pretty close towards the end when it comes to elimination points. Anyway, if we talk about contributions, Michi with 897 damage, but only 4 elimination points. This is definitely the player to have dealt a lot of damage, and for his other teammates to secure those elimination points for the team.
That's right, and we'll also take a look at the winner stats as we've got Genesis Esports securing 12 eliminations, as that really draws very close to its side of PvE. And we just basically see this team being very, very consistent on every match that they've played out in terms of not only elimination points itself, but also in terms of ranking points. We have rarely seen GE bow out in that early game, as this stable approach have worked so well for GE.
Yes, Genesis Esports, very tactical this round, took their time, was very patient inside of this game to secure the chicken dinner. But with the confirmation of 12 elimination points, I would say that Playboy Esports will hold the most eliminations in a single round. So we'll get a confirmation in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. but based on my rough calculation, I believe that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
But if we talk about total points collected, it's definitely still Genesis Esports.
But because the last I checked as well, I believe that they ended at least with 13, so they definitely will be the ones at the top. Meanwhile, we see a couple of players bow to the blue zone because of how dangerous the area of play was inside the Alpha Island. So only 59 players get eliminated this time around. And typically in Sanhok, with a fast-pacing action, we don't really see as much controllables other than, you know, all these frag grenades and a couple of smokes by the tail end of it. So I guess these are the interesting stats that we do have, but this time we also do get plenty of hit shots in Sanhok.
Yes, what stood out for me is the throwables used. More than 100 inside of Sanhok. To me, that's pretty big. But what else is big? It's going to be the points now. Confirmation, Playable Esports at 13 eliminations. So that's the highest so far in a single round. We're going to keep that in mind. They said number 13 is going to be the number to beat now for the total eliminations. Unfortunately for APG, Exquisite, Enigma, no points for them this round.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they better tone it down a little bit, or else the rest, half of the lobby will not even get as many points. But, you know, for casters as well as spectators, we are not really complaining. But the players definitely feeling a little bit of that struggle, because this is basically gonna send them all the way to the top alongside with GE with this match concluded. Now, Harame Bros, they only get 6 points this round, so it's quite safe to say that when we do tabulate the data all together, GE will be sitting at the top with this chicken dinner.
Yes, for sure. For sure. Let's see how far is the gap in the overall scores officially. Ladies and gentlemen, Harame Bros definitely will go down, and this is Genesis Esports up there. Number 1, 76 points, followed by Playable Esports with 70 points, Harame Bros 64 points, and look at the gap between them and Young Organicals, despite them playing the same amount of games.
Wow, like when we look into the stats, it's so interesting to actually see that, you know, YG, as much as they did manage to survive to the tail end of the game for many times, it didn't seem like they've been able to really top the record of all the other teams that are above them, because the other top 3 teams are just even more aggressive. So I really hope to see YG amp up on that firepower, because past couple of seasons they are very well known for it.
Yeah, and looking over at the other end, unfortunately for Flash Vision Esports, they went out this round with 1 point. So they are still at the single digit, the only team with a single digit right now, 5 points in total. APG is the next one with 14 points, so it's good. It is quite a leap there. But I do hope that Flash Vision Esports is able to come out of the single digit mark and at least be in the double digit club with everyone else.
Yeah, like they have to break this form of plateau, or some may even call it consistency, because yesterday I counted, I mean, on an average they get 1 point per round. That is not enough, because you only get like 15 days of play, and there's 6 games to be played out each respective day, so you just really have to find a different formula, try something new in order to get different results, right? So coming up next, we're going to be moving into Erangel, as we will retain the same groups to play in our map, and then later on we'll bring back the group that has been missing out for the past 2 rounds.
Yeah, in other words, it is the group of champions that will be playing again inside of Erangel this time. Yesterday, the group of champions played inside of Miramar, so they're going to complete their set of maps here by the next round. So it's a round that you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. You saw how much action that they had in that Sanhok round, so you can expect more inside of the Erangel round. But before we go to that, we'll be taking a short break. See you guys in a
Welcome to the first season of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. It's your boy here, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud, as we bring you all the action, all the heat that's coming to you here live on all the platforms of PUBG Mobile Esports here. And we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 of Day 2, as we will continue on with the same groups that have played inside Sanhok. And that was quite the huge round that was scored by Genesis Esports back in a first map.
Yes, and chicken dinner, like what you say, is scored by Genesis Esports. Again, obviously, this is still the group of champions that we're going to play here. Group A, B, D, and also E. So Group C has yet to get their chicken dinner, but we'll need to wait for the following round before we'll be able to see if they can score a chicken dinner for their group at least. And again, in case you just joined us, reintroducing A, B, D, and E.
And of course, they will consist of Fearless Esports Flash Vision, as well as Myth Clan and God of Death in Group A, with B coming in with Time to Quick Esports, YG, Anchor PUBG, as well as PBE. We got Enigma so far, still trying to find their form of momentum throughout the course of the league, alongside with CU Soon, Tiger KE. These were big names that have been able to have pop-off moments back in the PMCL SEA wildcard days, but they're basically trying to find that rhythm into making their advancements through the brackets. So with that said, Genesis Esports, Harami Bros are definitely still in that contention for that number one spot. This time, it's Genesis Esports to defend it.
Yes, Genesis Esports. Let's see if they can get a back-to-back. So far, we have not seen a back-to-back, and we have not seen a team repeatedly get a chicken dinner. Playbook Esports almost got it in the previous round. They got a second-place finish, so still pretty nice. And, well, even if they didn't get the chicken dinner, they're now the new record holders again for the most eliminations in a single round. That is 13 eliminations, so we'll be keeping an eye on that number.
That's right, and of course, there will also be a lot of shifts when it comes down to the middle of the bracket, where we see very tight races coming in for majority of the teams that are playing. Of course, we will have to leave out Group C because they are not in the current first two matches. You know, I was just wondering, we call this the group of champions. We're just waiting for Group C to get that chicken dinner, and then everybody's a champion, right?
Yeah, somebody from Group C gets the chicken dinner, and then it's like, okay, yep, we will reset everything by then. But
for now, at least.
If it's the case that Group C does not get the chicken dinner at all today, then I guess the narrative is still going to be the same. But speaking about narratives, ladies and gentlemen, we got some not so new narratives, but we got some interesting narratives for you to be in the Line universe in PUBG Mobile.
That's right, ladies and gents. Line friends have just arrived in PUBG Mobile, as you can join our one and only charming buddy Sally in battle with the new set items, as well as the brand new prize path, which can unlock special Line friends rewards. So you can jump into the PUBG Mobile matches from today up till 3rd of March to make the most of the excitement and buddy up for battle.
Yes, buddy up for battle until the 21st of March. So for a limited amount of time, ladies and gentlemen, this is available inside the game. You can also... Oh, apologies. It's until the 3rd of March, so it's only a couple of days away. So pretty much your last few days chance. Now, don't wait, of course. If you wait, you might forget about it. If you say like, procrastinate and make it like tomorrow, make it like the day after, make it like, I still have 3rd of March, by the time you might forget. So do not procrastinate. Get onto the game, put this into your collection right now, and bring Sally into your team.
That's right, and we're going to be getting ourselves ready for our second match of the day. Of course, put in your prediction right now on who's going to take the next chicken dinner home. And right now, with all these players actually looking better than yesterday, especially when we look into the first round itself, Asja Esports finally getting that rhythm back on track, where not only were they getting a few elimination points, they managed to make it into a top 4 finish. I know I keep mentioning this team because to me, day one was a shocker where they did not perform at all. Whereas even all the other newer teams are making a name for themselves. And I'll be keeping my tabs onto Myth Clan once again, because yesterday they start off with lesser game of play, but they are remaining to be one of the more consistent teams to be able to be the only team with one less game to be on the top 8.
Yeah, and I was just re-looking over at the stats, right? So since you mentioned about Myth Clan, actually Myth Clan got the chicken dinner together with 13 eliminations yesterday. So they actually tied in with the most eliminations in a single round together with Playboy Esports. So 13 is still the golden number now for teams to beat. And you also did mention about Myth Clan. After scoring the chicken dinner, the next few rounds was kind of underwhelming, I must say. They got like a third place finish with 2 eliminations, so that's kind of low for a third place finish. And then the following round, no points at all. And just the previous round, they got 1 elimination, and that's about it. So they'll be looking to really bring back that momentum again, because after the chicken dinner, they'll be slowly sliding down.
Yeah, now that you mention it, this team really looks to be very momentum heavy when it comes down to the way that they've actually played things out. And the bigger rounds that they've managed to achieve those points were not only Erangel, where they got that chicken dinner, the maps inside of Miramar were pretty decent, if I must say, because they did manage to at least secure a top 3 position before. But in terms of elimination points, that's kind of what they are lacking at the moment. So I guess that's one big takeaway if we look into this team on how they've been playing so far. So that's something that they basically have to put into practice later on. Whereas right behind Myth Clan is going to be Enigma, which did actually secure, quite a decent amount of finishers with an average of 3 elimination points so far. Some games they do drop out a little bit too early, and I don't think that they're too far off from their target just yet for the side of Enigma Gaming, because with 28 points here, they could still slide into the bracket with a potential top 6, and of course still a lot more maps to go for them to basically climb to the top.
Yeah, and whatever it is, the objective is to get into the grand finals, to be in the top 16, to collect the amount of points needed to be there by the end of the week. So in general, if you end every week, 3 weeks within the top 16 bracket, in general, you might be safe. In general, but I think that I won't say that 16 you'll be safe. You might be overtaken, but let's say if you're like in the top 10, for example, top 10 or even top 8, I think you're definitely safe enough. So the main objective right now is just to be maybe the top 10, top 8, somewhere around that lines, and they'll definitely be okay. And as long as they can get themselves into the grand finals, that is where it all matters, to be all out. So they can still sort of like use this opportunity to understand like how this lobby plays.
Yeah, now that you've also mentioned about the risk of being around the bottom 4 or even, somewhere hanging along the lines of 16, majority of the teams that are currently struggling are a couple of teams from Myanmar, and that's Esports, TTQ, MFG, GOT7, and then you have the Singaporeans from the side of APG as well as FV. So it's still a lot of days for them to basically keep up, but I'm a lot more concerned for Flash Vision Esports, because surely, rosters may have changed, but this is not really the biggest improvements in terms of results that we are looking at so far, because they got to make sure that they not only stay alive till the late game, but they got to start actually taking better fights overall. And APG, this is a very big far cry from their glory days, right? After changing this roster, it feels like the firepower is really lacking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally different setup, right? They moved from Cambodia to Singapore, so it's an entirely totally different setup. So it's pretty much fresh when it comes to APG. But of course, if we just look at the brand name, it is quite unusual to see them down there. But let's see if they can bring themselves up again, ladies and gentlemen, because we're heading on to Erangel with the same grouping.
Here we go into our match here with our groups ready to take on everybody out there. Group A, B, D, E. to play a here on match 2. So with that said, we're going to look at the trajectory of the flight that actually starts off from the island again. Very familiar from what we saw. This time around is going to be starting on the opposite end by the corners of the military base, heading into the Pavka. Now, I guess there's going to be certain concerns for certain teams that love to drop into the Georgia pool. They will have to move in very early, maybe hit into the quarry, and then look for some vehicles to get themselves there. Central area will still be within reach, so we will expect to still see quite a number of teams to be bartering around that south side of the map.
Yeah, and speaking about Southside, right? Because Rosshog is quite a reach for Genesis Esports, so they got to switch their drop spot to Novo. I don't think any other team will be challenging them. I do see APG going that direction, but I don't think APG will be in the most motivated situation to try to challenge Novo away from Genesis Esports. So instead, they're going to drop around the area of Milta, and look at the circle. It's going to be a highly likely military-based finish.
We're just looking at what 60% of water already, if you include what's in between the bridges as well. And I guess it's good news for both Austria as well as GE. They got ample of time to prepare. Enigma can basically loot out very quickly, get to the port, get a boat, and then eventually secure some land for themselves. Look at Harame Bros, though. They got some vehicles, and they are considering to immediately book right into the island very swiftly. So I wonder if that's going to be the cost of action that's going to be coming in from the Filipino squad. Meanwhile, we go to the Myanmar side with TTQ kicking things off with Atwood needing to face off against the likes of Mythclad.
Yeah, you asked for action. Looks like we're going to see some inside of Lipovka. Mythclad still circling around, minding their own business, doing their own loots, but at the same time keeping an eye on TTQ. TTQ, they still have an exit from the north side out if they choose to, but we can see Edward is keeping an eye onto them. Other than that, we have STE and Fearless in the same area. And I believe this should be around the area of Yasnaya. Yes, it's Yasnaya. So both sets of team that we just saw are on the outside of the circle still.
Yeah, and I don't think that they need to commit to this battle inside the city. I know that there is pride involved in winning the battle of Yasnaya here for either side of the squad, but what's more important is that they stay alive, because a lot of these teams, they're contesting it all. We're bringing a knife to what was a gunfight, as Pacquiao will secure first blood in the match for God7.
And the second one might come soon. Opti2K gets knocked down. XZYZ got knocked down as well. KS knocked. Oh my goodness. Harame Bros opening at the account. Federales will finish off XZYZ. H2R will take out Master Rix. Sky looking for one, but his other teammates are down, so he's going to go get them.
It feels like each respective season, the names get harder and harder to pronounce. It's like we're speaking another language soon, but APG, they're being under fire for now. As H2R and Co from 214 Akira are launching attacks from long range, as well as a close one coming from H2R.
H2R comes in.
He's in the vehicle. Did you not see him?
Oh, but H2R went in anyway. Rankin went down. H2R will need to finish out the business. He managed to get one, but he's knocked down from the top from behind. Wako needs to come in. It's going to be the last man standing for his team. Wako is going in for it. Shotgun, and you have only 7 bullets. Wako, are you sure?
But he's fighting up against M24. One tap versus shotgun? Okay, this is very interesting. This 1 versus 1. He's only got a revolver. Wait a minute. Is he backing away? Come on. There's a chance here. Okay, there is a revive going through. I understand why that Wako decides to basically ditch this fight altogether. But that was so sloppy for 214 Akira. They should not have lost that fight. Like, we saw the push coming out of H2R, and then there was clear vision, and now driving directly to the hands of Master EG. This is just a consolation prize for the side of GE, but once again, that fight, I think it was pretty clear that in that monster truck that one of the members actually hop into APG, just basically slides through it, and then somehow turn the fight around. And 2-1 for Akira, I think like they really bit off too much more than they could chew.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, I felt that fight was kind of weird as well. But it is what it is at the end of the day. 2-1 for Akira lost all their members, obviously. Well, for APG, now 2 members knocked down. Ooh, okay. The last we saw them, they were locked in on the outside, and now Genesis Esports will try to stop them from coming in. Murnat gets knocked down by Sky. Smile comes in. Simple spray by Smile. Knocked down Ade Boy. Alive on the other side. 50% of health left for Ade Boy. West is at the forefront, so he's kind of surrounded now by the members of Genesis Esports. APG eliminated at number 15, but at least they do have 3 points.
A great guarding action coming in from the side of GE with Murnat picking up 3. And looks like none of these Milta boys managed to survive. Neither did the side of 2-1 for Curio, obviously. Got 7 and only has 1 member left. And that happened over onto the other corner of the bridge as well, where Harame Bros were also taking those fights. Whereas the other squads are taking their sweet time. They say, why rush into the island? There's still plenty of time. This is just stage 1, by the way. It really felt as if we were already at stage 3 or 4 for a moment, on the way that they've been fighting for that form of control. Asia have started off inside a military base and now will be looking out for a catch. Perhaps it might just be on the side of Harame Bro, but they are on fast-moving vehicles. Not sure if it's going to be all too hard for them to catch, but Strangers Esports now driving by towards the side of a single member of FRL. What's he doing here alone?
Oh, 1 more to go. Should be able to do it, but Miner needs to do it fast because Newbie now is on the outside, and 762 will be the one to come in from behind. Renzer gets eliminated. The rest of FRL, they are coming in. They want to take advantage of this. They don't want to let them any chance to recover themselves. Need you gets 1. 2 more to go on the other side. Cooking up his own nade. Trying to find a target amongst the smoke. Tossing out to the second floor, but nobody's there.
And this fight has continued on from the start of Yasnaya up till now. Both sides battling in the blue, and with 1 member left, it's not much that can basically hold on for this. Scotty still fighting back. Scotty just holding on from the top end, and they know that they're going to be on the stairs, dropping a huge grenade. And here comes Harry, though. How much can Harry do? Just enough to score them the ace.
There you go. Number 14, 1 elimination point for Stranger Esports. And circle time, 100% in the mid to the base as what we expected. So it's going to be really challenging for the teams to travel down south. This kind of circle, I like.
Yeah, I like it even more when it's not even trying to be scammy and shows you a little bit of the mainland. It's like, no, it's only going to be here, so you must cross the bridge. Look at the west side of the bridge, though. I mean, eastern side. You have PBE and so many more names to cut in from the corners of that bridge. So GE has got a lot of work to keep them all at bay.
Yeah, Exquisite and Enigma locked in with each other without the circle. They cannot possibly swim if they don't take out each other now. Because whoever who swims and the one that's left behind can easily shoot in the water. So they have to settle the score on land before they try to get across.
Very, very awkward situation. A forest fight. And they got to complete it within less than 2 minutes, by the way. Koopa now cooking a grenade. As everybody is prepping up for this battle, QB does find the opening pick against Lufa Boy.
Here we go, blank shot and from behind, knockdown. Off roll, will not see the other end of his scope as he is now on his knees as well. Caps with a nade, Exquisite eliminated by Enigma.
That was the cleanest grenade fights that I've seen so far from any team overall. Enigma barely even taking any damage at all as they pop nades after nades, and Exquisite just gets overwhelmed. They managed to assess their positioning all too well, and then after that, it's all isolated targets that they're taking on. And just like that, Enigma gets that pass. But now the question is, do they have enough time to cross over? We got less than a minute right now. Oh, I do see a boat, so that can be put to good use.
Yeah, speaking about crossing over, Shroud will not be able to cross over. Playbook Esports will ensure that he will not survive this stage. Raimon will say thank you very much for the point. Playbook Esports, they should have enough resources to cross over. I see Raimon has 5 first aids, so it should be fine as long as Justice Esports is no longer gatekeeping the bridge.
Oh, wow, look at DZ and the rest of Myth. They're trying to fly their way into the passage, but DZ's dropping out of plane. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, boy. This is just so rough.
Oh, man, the glider. Good stuff there, but yep, the damage that they took is not enough for them to take out the blue. Now, Playbook Esports, they don't want to go in yet. They're looking to eliminate Flash Vision. Shakir goes up to the second floor. He is all alone. Playbook Esports, 3 players. Oh, Shakir is on the other side. Inside the teammates are scattered around. 0 taken out by the blue. Shakir is pretty low at this moment. Iras is the healthiest one of them all. Shakir recovering himself. He should be able to heal up at this point, but how are they going to get across?
I'm not sure, but by now, I guess they just really have to commit to the fight without any other room for escape. PBE, they're dropping really low as everybody's bleeding out. Era is dropping a huge nade into the building as he opens up room with the DPS in hand. But he did not check the corner. Oh, Bomb Boy, he's going to pull them all to the ground. And Bomb Boy, bring for a swift reload. Is there going to be a lot more case, but there is still Papa J draining with the M249, giving warning shots, and I think that he's just gonna find ways to get out of there. But Michi says you're not going anywhere at all. 5 points in for PBE with 2 minutes to get into somewhere safe here in stage 3. And I don't know, I don't see any vehicles from now because we're still inside the compound. But PBE, do they have any room at all? TTQ from the edges as well. They need to fight for that control over the bridge.
Yeah, tough start here for Papa J making his debut in the PMCL. Now, Playbook Esports, they try to be the gatekeepers of all the other teams. TTQ, going across, they should be able to speed their way through. Genesis Esports will be waiting on the other end. Got a couple of teams locked out of the right side bridge. TTQ is still in the skirmish with Playbook Esports.
You just look at how clear the inner circle is for the moment, where everybody's just struggling on the outskirts. On the other side of the bridge, we also do have a little bit of a hangover on the other side, whereas Enigma managed to actually find one. Zuki being knocked down completely. Sharpshooting coming in from the side of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, fizzing his way through TTQ, cooking up his next nade. Edward is just right in front of him. But I doubt this nade would hit. Yep, it's a blind nade there. Second nade will be cooked up. Coca-Cola, he has 2 first aids, so he can still last in the circle. But for his opponent, Edward, not too sure about that. He's surrounded by 2 different teams.
This is going to be a full commitment coming in. Coca-Cola still managed to score a total of 6 for the side of Enigma. TTQ will eventually crash out, just bleeding out to the zone. And I think by the end game of the stats, we will see a lot of all these names actually dropped out of the play zone, because this is just one of the most treacherous zones to play out, being completely over on the south side of the island. And now Ryman just trying to scavenge for any form of stock to heal up. He does have 5 first aid kits. As he slowly squeezes through. I'm just really surprised on how well PBE has been able to tank out the zone for so long.
Yeah, you take one person now, you loot their box. You take one person now, you loot their box. And they just rinse and repeat there. That's how they replenish their first aids. But that can only last them a certain amount of time, because the zone will bring more damage as we move to stage 2. Enigma caps sprays on the Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports, so far so good for them. Trying to surf away. Raimon is still alive. Caps needs to reload. Raimon should be able to get to safety.
And he does have a buggy of his own in order to get himself into the island. Enigma really playing a stellar game so far. Momboy was lucky enough that he did not have his vehicle detonated, and he should be able to move directly into stage 4 just in the nick of time before the damage increases.
Raimon is still on the outside. Now he wants to seek revenge against Caps, who managed to swap his way into past the bridge at least. Raimon repositions himself. He knows that he cannot tank out stage 5 now that he has only 3 first aids. Make that 2 now that he's using another one.
Such a risky play from these gentlemen so far. But we love what we are seeing. A very great masterclass performance when you have to basically take fights and how exactly to ace it and replenish. Everything has to be so technically executed. Whereas inside of the safe area of play, YG now goes on a split as they take on multiple enemies at a go. There's See You Soon over on to their south, and another squad just circling them like eagles. Not too far away, it's also going to be GE. So this will be a little bit of a standstill for the squads that are remaining in the island.
Yeah, if you're in the circle, then I guess that's going to be the case. But maybe it's not going to be the same between Genesis Esports and Austria Esports. Now that they're just across each other, both teams seems to want to stamp their feet on this high ground. Let's see who will win this. So far, Genesis Esports with 5 elimination points, looking for more, and the next target could be Austria.
Marinat boy getting great sight over the top end of the hill, trying to actually pop off that buggy with a player riding on it. Not too sure which exact team is that going to be, but Loki does find one back. Yui being knocked down. And now Marinat has got to make a decision whether to actually take on the fight against Austria or not. He has that MG3 in hand, a great weapon for them to basically shred any form of vehicles. Whereas Enigma has landed safely onto the hangar down the south side and still has Ryman across. These guys just can't seem to get enough of each other.
Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes, as much as you want to get away from that one person keeps haunting your life.
Sounds like my love life. Or could it be yours?
Well, it depends. It depends. If you think it's yours, then, well, we have a story to tell now.
I guess so. Meanwhile, of course, we focus on the story of GE versus Austria, as they basically go up close and personal. 5 points already secured for the side of GE. And See You Soon doing so well in this matchup. They basically clear off a lot of all these members of Yangon Galacticos. One member knocked out, and that's going to be Saycloud on the ground. Harami Bro somehow managed to squeeze in over the south side, being absolutely quiet after the early bouts. Ryman working in tandem with his teammate over onto the southwest of the map, very corner of the map. So they are looking to take the corner of the hills in order to make it safely. But Westy, oh, he's gonna spot out the rest of Austria, and he will just blow them up with the shotgun in hand. Nangx now trading back. 3 members of GE pushing through. After ET getting revived, but Nang, he's only got the UMP.
Yo!
Not much to do. Austria Esports, 8th position.
Genesis Esports dominated this high ground. This high ground right now is the prime position, and for them to still maintain a full squad, having this position, it is a very, very good spot for them. They can hold on for this, hold on to this area for quite a bit. Playbook Esports eliminated just before Genesis Esports, and that's a sign for Genesis Esports to pull away in the overall charts.
And that could be a very good position for them to actually score another chicken dinner in the back as well, as the rest of the field are just cluttered over on the south side, needing to take battles of their own. And that's where opportunities will eventually present itself towards the rest of Genesis Esports, QB, and the rest of Enigma. So far, still having 4 members strong, and love how they've been performing so far for today. This time, going for a very wide approach to take more areas on that southern plane. There's still a lot of terrain that they can actually get cover up and not be within grenade range from the rest of them. Whereas the PUBG Lords decides to reward Caps with a free delivery, a loot crate just sent right in front of his eyes.
I know, right? That is really, really lucky for him to be delivered an airdrop just on top of him. I wonder what's in it, but definitely a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, that is for sure. So, yep, there's going to be top-notch armory helped by Caps. But we got a Coca-Cola still on the outside of the circle. I don't think it will be an issue for him to get in since he does have his teammates as a marker, so he should be okay.
Coca-Cola now looking for a little bit more of that spacing to squeeze right through. Usually, the airdrop is quite the indicator of where the final few circle would be. Of course, this is just what people do say. Federales does find one for the squad as Harami Bro adds points to the chart. 4 points in already. Still a lot to chase for here in the top 6. And they got vehicles to make moves across the map, so it shouldn't be all too difficult for now for the side of Harami Bro, but they got to clear off some room. It's either they take on the guys at the front, which is going to be a member of Enigma, or the rest of See You Soon.
Just as we thought Coca-Cola can make it in safely, but unfortunately knocked down in the open. Circle-wise, look at this. Prime position, Genesis Esports with that high ground. This is their round to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, they have a total domination of the map. There is not going to be all too much of a challenge for them until the rest of the squads from the south side moves directly to the hills. I guess like they are basically taking wide positions right now to ensure that they receive the full intel in order to really zone off all these squads completely. But Romeo squeezing in from the back. He's just trying to see if he can basically survive for much longer. Yangon Galacticos, they can just basically remain quiet and it could potentially send them to the top 4.
Oh, okay. Koopa jumps in, sprays. One single spray to get them all. Beautifully done by Koopa. Harami goes down, but same goes for Koopa. Unfortunately, only Caps now alive. And he's on the outside of the circle. Is he going to be able to save his teammate? There's going to be the big question mark here. If it goes, he could be shot at. That might not be a risk that he wants to take.
Yeah, Caps, look, just gotta play for himself right now. There's no saving grace for the fallen members out there. A little bit too far wide as GE Smile to basically get the perfect view into the military base. Master EG picks one. And I think this is that perfect game for GE to just score higher than the 13 points that have been set by other squads.
Wow, high ground. Sees one on the left. Again, how is Smile going to be challenged now? Okay, if he can send that nade across, then he'll definitely be able to secure that point by keeping an eye on the Caps as well. Popping up the smoke. Caps buys time for himself.
Long range for him to actually drop grenades, but all these bullets should be put into good use. Now PKL, lucky enough that these grenades do not fly through the fences. He's going to be safe for now, but for how much longer is the question. One more tick of health left for the side of Cap's Luck. And he's just hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, over on the back end, though, we're still seeing one member surviving from the side of Yangon Galacticos. And the 2 or more members from the side of, I believe, GOT7. It's still going to be around the corner. Speaking of which, couldn't really see where exactly the final member of GOT7 is.
Oh, Caps shot at, dancing around the ground, but immediately eliminated. Now we have our top 4 teams here with 10 players still alive. And just to see Esports with a full squad, with this high ground still, it's hard for them to drop the ball.
Yeah, there is just absolute control and no way out at all for the rest of the squad. The only team that can challenge them right now is See You Soon. But they're distance apart from where they need to be. And with the zone closing out, I think like some of these teams, they may opt to just tap out and maybe play a little bit more of that healing game to buy a little bit more time. TZ still by the edge of the map and needing to actually cut across. So let's see if there's going to be any golden opportunity to just maybe sneak in a top 3 or even the top 2 for now. GE, bound to be your back-to-back winners of the chicken dinner if they are left uncontested.
Well, you mentioned the golden word. That is golden. 13 eliminations. That's the highest so far. GE's at 12. Very, very high chance they can break another record again. Let's see here who will be the next victim. As Young Galacticos trying to find their way in, but because they're on the lower ground and GE has them blocked out, Young Galacticos no way to go. Even though after popping that smoke, TZ, the moment he shows himself, shot back, forced to retreat behind.
And there goes YG trying to actually book it right in.
Ooh.
Romeo Boy with a slither of health left, matches the 5, but TZ, he makes a run for it, hiding behind a tree. But it's not going to be safe from the grasp of Murnat Boy.
So Murnat take it out. That is officially 13 now for Genesis Esports. One more to go to break the record. And they have 4 targets to aim for. Very, very doable for Genesis.
Meanwhile, the final member of GOT7 finally makes a move. And it's going to be Lulutev that will basically snipe him out completely. Smell, he was waiting for this for the longest of time. And now he's being aggravated. 3 versus 4 with a push up the hill. This suddenly looks a little bit more doable for the side of Siusun, ever since that they do have a couple of buggies to work around with. John, Gulutev, having a little bit of split, but after Ichi just locking him right underneath that tree. Damage being done, nothing much that John can do about it.
Here we go, vehicle exploder. Not like he really need it though. But Ichi knows where they are. Siusun tries to hike up to the high ground. Zero exposing himself. They know that he's there. Zero goes up, shows himself, being shot back.
He's going to lose a couple of tires if he continues to drive like this. Zero now, poking in all the aggravated pressure, whereas Master Ichi does spot him out. Lulutev now hiding behind a rock with the push coming right in. This is looking very clean until Ichi gets dropped out. Great pickup right now. Forcing him to move, making it a 2 versus 3 at the moment. GE slowly calling on the pressure with the grenades now being locked right behind that little rock that they're hiding at. Lulutev holding all the way back 2 versus 3 right at the moment. And eventually they will have to push all the way directly in the center because that's where the circle's gonna be.
Well, we are
now. Take it down.
Well, we are at stage 8, so we still have stage 9. All of these players within the circle. Oh no, only one more to go. The John is going to be the last one for Siusun, Genesis Esports. They can take their time because the John is by the edge of the circle.
And that will be a great team effort coming out of Genesis Esports to win the back-to-back chicken dinner for their team. And not only that, they managed to set the highest record of elimination so far in the PMCL.
So many records shattered in this round. The highest record for the most eliminations in a single round. The first team to get a back-to-back chicken dinner. The first team to get 2 chicken dinners. Man, Genesis Esports, yesterday was a warm-up for them. Today they are hot.
Absolutely. And when we look into how well they played these early rounds as well, we see so many teams moving into the island. They were the ones that dropped into Nova Rudnoy, and they set up very, very well. They just basically block off the entire West Bridge until stage 2, and they decide, you know, let's play inside of the area. And throughout the course of that chaos, they still have 4 players intact until the very final battle.
And also the flight path did favor Genesis Esports in the sense that if it was a flight path in the middle or reachable to Rozor, they would normally drop to Rozor just to find out after that that the circle wasn't made to the base. But because the flight path was towards the south side, the secondary drop spot is in Novo. They went there, the circle happened to be made to the base. I mean, it was just all stars aligned for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, it's just very, very well played throughout from start all the way to finish. And for Enigma, I think this is a squad that really came in with some surprises there with the way that they battle. This was one of the cleanest engagement by the port, and then we see a lot of shenanigans as well. Mid-plan, not having enough health to fly, and they all drop off the plane together.
Yeah, that glider moment definitely was a highlight there. Good attempt, but yeah, that is the disadvantage of the glider. It is very, very slow, and it is easy for teams to shoot you down when you're like up there, out in the open. So that is what exactly happened. But What is happening right now is our MVP of the match, Smile. This is his second MVP, the PMCL so far.
Yeah, I also counted 2 so far for Master Smile, and he remained to be consistently the superstar of the squad, just getting damage done throughout the course of the battle and also providing a lot of knockouts. In terms of the way they read the game as well as how they position, they have always had systems to back each other up, and Master Smile could basically go on that 200% work rate with the backing of this team.
And 881 total damage with 5 eliminations. Roughly a quarter of the team's eliminations was by him. But we'll get to see the actual total eliminations by Genesis Esports. That's going to be 16. We jump from 13 to 16 now. 16 is the golden number to be the team with the most eliminations in the single round.
I just love how things have been working out so well for these boys from Genesis Esports. We saw that first chicken dinner and we were wowed, and then here comes the second one with an even cleaner and crisp gameplay coming out from them, and that definitely set them apart from the rest of the competition right now, with a clear point gap to be created once we tabulate the data.
Yes, can't wait to see that. How big is the gap right now, right? Because we also have to tabulate obviously the other teams as well. But no doubt is that Genesis Esports, with a back-to-back chicken dinner, they are not only at number 1, but they would have opened up a fairly comfortable gap with whoever is at number 2. Number 2 likely to be a Playbook Esports, since Harame Bros got eliminated before Playbook Esports.
Yeah, and they didn't really have too much firepower by the tail end of it because they were only left with 2 members out there. But they did manage to squeeze in at least like a top 5 or even top 6 position. So that will bring a few more points back to the side of Harame Bro. 26 points, and the second best number that we do see is coming in from Ziyu Sun Tiger KE with 12. And then you have Enigma following suit on the top 3 with 11 points, while Yangon Galacticos finds himself 8 points, and then we will see Harame Bro as well as PBE to get 7 points each, got 7 with 6, and FRL with 4.
So Harame Bros actually lasted slightly longer than Playbook Esports, but anyway, they still got the same amount of points, that's 7. As for the second half of the page, APG 3 points, Ossia 2 points. Again, it's a tough campaign for them. Myth Clan, Flash Vision, SDE 1 point. Fortunately for TTQ, XQS at 214 Akira 0 points. 214 Akira started off well yesterday, but they've been losing some steam towards the second half yesterday and for today.
Yeah, and I guess like these circles to be played out today have been very, very dangerous for the players in each respective map, because it's always secluded in those islands and the rotations have to be swift. The coordination in terms of attacks have to be accurate as well. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Genesis Esports will be the first team to break into the triple-digit mark with 102 points.
Yeah, 25-point gap between them and Playbook Esports. Harame Bro, 6 points difference than Playbook Esports, and you have quite a gap with Yangon Galacticos. So Genesis Esports, the first team to also break into the 100-point mark. I mean, they're just breaking records in this round. But again, on the other end, because Flash Vision Esports, they got caught out on the right side of the bridge with the Playbook Esports at the time. That would make them still remain as the only team with a single digit.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a tough run for them. I guess like right now for certain teams, with these kind of point gaps created, they're no longer playing to be that number 1 team out there, but they're playing for survival overall. So most importantly, FV needs like 2 good games, just 2 good games to get out of that gutter, right? So that they could be in contention within that top 16 reach.
Yes, so a lot of work more for a lot of these teams. Again, we still have a lot of games to go. So anything can still happen. I mean, even though there's a significant gap at the top, but because of the amount of games left throughout the week, we're talking about throughout the week, right? You know, it could still flip.
Yeah, and with that said, of course, it will go all the way till our Sunday run, which will give them just about 3 more days other than today, right? So, with that said, later on, we will be bringing in our Group C into action as we move into our upcoming Erangel match.
Yes, the Erangel will be the next round. So we're going to swap out the groups next, ladies and gentlemen. So the so-called Group of Champions or Group of Death, whichever that you want to call it, they're going to switch it up after this. And we're going to reintroduce the group that has been taking a break for quite a while. That is Group C, Dread Esports, The Quarter, MFG Esports, Esports will be back in the game after this.
That's right. So I believe that we're going to be going for a short break, and when we do come back, more chicken dinners for you guys, and don't miss out. Get a couple of snacks as well as drinks, and we will be right back.
We will be right back in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. So, yep, you don't want to miss out on the next one because we want to see if Group C can get their chicken dinner finally. So, see you guys after this break.
Let's go boom.
Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. It's Sir Cloud and Contra here to accompany you throughout the journey of our 20 teams here from Southeast Asia. And we've just witnessed GE breaking records with the back-to-back chicken dinner and also setting an all-time high record of highest eliminations so far.
Yes, and Genesis Esports, just 2 games that they were given the shattering records right now. Can they make it a 3? That will be the big question mark here, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, after this, we're going to reintroduce Group C. They've been taking quite a bit of a break. They missed out on yesterday's final game, and they missed out on today's first 2 games. So yeah, a lot for them to watch. Let's see what they can come up with in the next round.
Yeah, and this is where Group C will really have to claw their way into the top. Though, missing out on some of all these games is not exactly a bad thing because you get to watch how some of all the other teams that have been able to thrive to analyze how exactly do they basically achieve those wins. Now, it's going to be Group A, B, C, E that will be playing for the entirety of the matchup, which will mean that a couple of names coming in from Group D like Enigma, Genesis Esports, Strangers, as well as See You Soon will not be playing for this round, which, to some is a relief because Genesis Esports have been really breaking a lot of all these opportunities from being acquired by the rest of the team, whereas, even the likes of See You Soon, Tiger KE, and Enigma has been having great performances in those past 2 rounds.
Yeah, so for Playbook Esports, looking at this opportunity, thinking to themselves that maybe this is their chance to try to take over the number 1 spot, but they have to come up big this round because of the gap that they have between them and Genesis Esports in order for them to beat the number 1 team after this round. But I'm sure the teams from Group C, they will have something to say about this. They will want the chicken dinner for themselves. At least to bring some glory to Group C, right? So that we can kind of pause the narrative of saying that, A, B, D, and E is the group of death or group of champions. And Group C can claim some of that too.
Yeah, and we're going to see how Group C will fare this time around where, in the standings, the best performing team from Group C currently is Dread Esports, and these roster so far have been showing some signs of promises, but is still struggling with consistency. Who knows? This could be their very big break heading into this upcoming round in Erangel.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. Dread Esports, they did put up a decent performance yesterday. They had some clutch moments inside of Erangel, so maybe that's a map that they are fairly comfortable with. The best finish yesterday is how Erangel was number 4, but they only got 1 elimination. So when it comes to the eliminations department, it is not the highest. But you can argue also that they finished number 13, but with 5 eliminations. So that is pretty nice as well. But you know what else is pretty nice? Is this set featuring the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress.
That's right, ladies and gents. You guys could take this chance to secure yourself this limited time only set as you can awaken your dragon power with this team, only available from the 9th of February only till March 3rd, so you don't have much time remaining. Make sure you get your hands on it, and it also does give you that chance for the new upgradable Drag Rain MK14, and that weapon is shining in gold. I know you guys definitely want it because it also does have on-hit effects that you could basically equip towards it. So don't miss out and grab yours today.
And 9th of March is the buzzer, ladies and gentlemen. So do not procrastinate. Time will fly by. You might forget. And this is probably your only chance to upgrade your MK14 with this beautiful set, maybe. So yeah, punch it in right now because the first draw is only 10 UC. Whatever it is, make use of that 10 UC advantage.
That's right. And if this is not really your kind of color scheme that you're looking for, you do have another option, which is the Serpent Gleam set, which is part of the Guild set, which is available up till the 21st of March. So it is already in stores where you could basically have the new upgradable firearm Serpent Gleam AWM And with those draws, you can also get yourself loot crates, elimination broadcasts, and also on-hit effects for their AWM. So jump into PUBG Mobile and show your glamorous moments with this beautiful, beautiful AWM.
Yes, again, the first draw is only at 10 UC. So you haven't did your first draw yet, it's only 10 UC. And this one is available a little bit longer. It's up until the 21st of March. But again, as time goes by, you think to yourself that, oh, I want to do it tomorrow, the day after, or next week. And all of a sudden, time flies, you forget about it, and you miss out on this opportunity. So do not miss out on it. Log into your game right now and spin that wheel for only 10 UC at least.
Yep, and with all these deals on board, you can basically go ahead to enjoy your moments in style in PUBG Mobile. But of course, you guys are hanging here on the stream where you could just basically catch some of the best of Southeast Asia contend for the PMCL title. And this is pretty huge, especially this being the very first season for the region playing in the PMCL. We're looking for that top 16 teams to hit into the finals. And now in the league itself, already offering so huge of a prize, I believe that this is definitely a great time for the region to really make a mark in the global stage, because the top one team will be sent to Brazil to compete in the PUBG Mobile Global Open.
Yes, for a prize pool of 500,000 US dollars. Yes, that is a lot of money there, ladies and gentlemen. But only one direct slot from the PMCL, which is the champion, will be sent directly to Brazil. Any other slot? Well, it's still not officially announced yet, so we'll leave that off for now. But what is for sure is the champion of the PMCL will be going there, and they will meet up with champions from a lot of other regions as well, together with some of the teams who qualify from their own qualifiers inside of Brazil to be part of this 500,000 US dollar prize pool tournament.
Yeah, there's so much that they could basically earn, and most importantly, the experience overall from this league heading into the global rounds is going to be very important. It's all about the lifelong lessons that they can basically acquire while they are competing for the title. As we are getting ourselves ready for our second map of Erangel, this is going to be the first game for the members of Group C. Hopefully, they've been able to catch some really good break to prepare for what's about to come right here. In about 30 seconds, Sir Cloud, we're going to begin our next flight.
Yes, 30 seconds before we see the re-debut of a Group C again. Can they break that curse of the Group C not getting a ticket data yet? This is the moment for us to find out, and that will be something that I'll be anticipating to see if they can actually do that. Break that streak, take it back home for Group C. Now it's all about the Group C pride, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2, Erangel. Here it is. Let's go.
As we set our sight upon the classic map, which everybody loves, it is time for them to strut their stuff as well, as our 16 teams are prepared to take on each other, especially now with the group leaders of Genesis Esports out of the equation for this particular match. This is ample of opportunities for the rest of these groups to give chase.
Yes, the chase is on here, especially for Playbook Esports. Is their chance to close the gap against Genesis Esports at the number 1 spot. Flight path will begin from the southern side of Novo up onto the north side of Severny. Only teams that like to drop on the left side might find it difficult, but a lot of these teams from the right to the middle, it should be a good flight path for them.
Yeah, and not only is there the names of PBE under the list of contention for that number 1 spot, we can't really forget about Harame Bro. Although, yes, indeed, the gap has been opened up pretty wide for now, but it's quite within the grasp if they do have that high-flying score by the end of the game. We, of course, move into the mini-map. We do see only 2 teams inside of the south side, as Asia will be the mainstay of the military base. This time, it's TTQ that takes over Novorobnoye, and Anchor PUBG decides to move into the direction of the outer fields of Rosa at the moment. Now, the circle does appear towards the western area, so you could safely say that majority of the teams will have to eventually rotate earlier to book their spot.
Yes, and the flight path is on the opposite side. The circle is on the left side. This circle is kind of interesting. I would like, if I get a wish list, I'd like the circle to be on top of the Gatka Mountain. I think that will be a interesting finish. But if it were to be a tricky one, the circle goes all the way up north to the area of Jogopul, North Jogopul, Zaki shooting range. But I kind of feel it's going to be unlikely. There's a likelier chance if it ends in the Gatka Mountain. But looking at Severny, we got two teams in here. We got FRL and GOT7.
Yeah, very interesting decision from the two squads to drop into the city all the way far up north. And whoever wins this bout actually gets a great access to the region of the first stage via an open space from the north point. So it's going to be an important fight for both Fearless as well as GOT7 right now. Already stocking up with these early loots, majority of them coming in with SMGs like the UMP. Amura for the keeping his sight onto Ranzer, but Ranzer's not going to be budging off from that quarter. Just maybe saying a few prayers by the church for good luck, just in case. And at the moment, Amura, he's really not going to go for even more loots, despite, there's still a little bit more time and some spacing in between. GOT7 is not really making good use of that timing, whereas Fearless Esports, they are pushing through.
Yeah, they have to push through because they're not within the circle. They're about 500 meters away from the circle, to be exact. So, despite, well, I wouldn't say it has to end in bloodbath. Both of these teams, they can actually move away from each other, but they don't seem to be interested in that. They seem to be interested in fighting. Ranzer will go down to Amura's hands. So that's going to be the upper hand here for GOT7.
Well, I guess that's ideal for nobody to fight at all, but some of these guys, they woke up and chose violence. Grenades are being lobbed right in. Amura tries to prepare that shotgun, but will not be quicker than Fearless Esports. And as much as damage is done, it's not enough to acquire points for the likes of GOT7 for now, losing Amura just like that.
Ooh, here we go. Shots fired onto Harry, putting pressure onto him. Ranzer, almost impossible for them to save him unless they wipe out the entire GOT7 squad. But as long as they don't do that, I think Ranzer, he'll probably bleed out.
Yeah, it's not much that Fearless Esports could basically do about the push, but they can actually go in for the reset. Shouldn't be too troublesome, especially with GOT7 losing one member very early on. Meow is still going to be very close to their section as well, so it's going to be a little bit dangerous to provide just about enough cover for Ranzer, as they did manage to go in for the pickup already. Wait, not just yet, it seems. The member is still slowly bleeding out, and they do let him bleed to dry. So it's going to be an even 3 versus 3 with one to be managed from the back, and that's going to be Zizzy.
And that is Ranzer out. So at this moment, I would say that FRL, they are surrounded. Need you tries to fight his way through, but the smoke is not really helping him out. No information on where his opponent is at. Pulls out the DPS. He does not have any utilities, so you gotta be careful there. Cannot recover himself if he needs to use his first aid, but if it's knocked down, first aids don't matter.
Oh, it's Nyapekel just catching him in the nick of time before he's trying to actually leap forward. Bozo tries to go in for the spray, but only has little bullets left. 6-4, and he's just got to switch it up. Not really connecting those shots though, as the trades are good coming from Sizzy.
Okay, ZZ now behind the wall, giving up. He should have enough time. No, he does not. The shot from Harry will take him out, and that point will be secured by Harry. But they will need to look for more. As right now, 2 more on the other side. Got 7. Circling around. Space fired up by Cal. Not able to hit the shot.
It's gonna be Chaos on the top. He does find that opening room. PMCL falling on the pressure with a low health target right in front of him. It's gonna Poza just holding by the edge of the wall. A close 2 versus 2, but Ninius is gonna rush right into the building. And he will fall down instead. KS tries to save the day, but he will falter. Pozo is the hero of Fearless Esports.
That was a close one, not going to lie, right? KS almost got the clutch there from the second floor after getting the first knockdown. The second follow-up onto him probably caught him slightly off guard, and that is where he fell. Would have been a good one if he were to be able to pull off that clutch, though.
Yeah, and I thought that he would have actually got it because he's got that DBS in hand. Unfortunately, the final shot didn't really connect in time as well. And hence why they eventually went to that 1 versus 1. So risky, but I guess FRL, they'll reward it. Definitely feels bad from the side of GOT7. But they fought it off tooth and nail despite having a member at disadvantage at first. But they got that pick against Ranzer, and then they start to fight back. It's just that it's a matter of millimeters of clips to be connected.
Ooh, look at this. Teams starting to take the respective high grounds here, and this area is around the area of Gakka. So just to keep an eye on each other. 2-1 for Akira. Team that is, they had a good start, but they're slowly sliding down the overall charts. So I wonder when will they be able to pick themselves up? Hopefully it won't take too long.
I do wonder as well. Meanwhile, there is going to be Harami Bro that will keep an eye on Asia Esports. Yui getting shredded apart by MM. Great tracing spray coming in from the ace of Harami Bro. Now they're going to propel forward with the entire squad rushing towards Asia Esports, knowing that they're at the back end of the hill. Arriving to the sea, Nang X getting prepared to take on this fight, but he will just basically hop onto the vehicle and won't be sprayed. Has to just get away in the nick of time. But there's an open firing squad that will basically give chase. General is trying to take aim, but Asia Esports remain intact only for the moment.
Nice long-range shot there by Dale, almost getting one out of Asia Esports. Nang X, pretty lucky to get away with that. They lost one player in the process. And fun fact for Asia Esports, Jui is actually a Thai player, so he's playing together with this Cambodian squad. Basically, they're import player. Yeah, it's Jui.
He's from a squad that's played in the PMPL Thailand, right? Which squad is it specifically?
Yeah, so Jui, like what you say, used to play there, and his prior team was with Valdez.
Oh, wow. Valdez the Murder. That's a
Yes.
legendary name that I've not heard for quite some time. And of course, a lot have changed in the PMPL Thai circuit. Meanwhile, speaking of the two battle between Asia as well as Harami Bro, they even brought in Dill for this specific match for Harami Bro just to maybe change things up a little bit. And it really seems to be a very aggressive side that Harami Bro has been showing to us yet again. Probably the biggest firepower unit coming in from all of the PH squad so far.
Yeah, it looks like the PH squad's starting to step up a little bit here. But of course, this is just the start. What matters is towards the end. We're keeping an eye on that. Harami Bro scored their first half point. So they're also in contention, like what you said right early on, in contention to get that #1 spot. But they have to come out really big because even if compared them to Playbook Esports, it's 7 points. What else if compared to the top team that is just Esports? Like the gap is fairly big there, so they have to come out with a lot of eliminations together with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot of hard work, which is why like they try to amp up as much as they can of those early engagements. While we do see Esports as well as TTQ having a little bit of a trade-off within the fields of Gakka, really sharp shots towards the door that did clip onto Edward. He's not too afraid. I mean, in these early battles, you can afford to use bandages to get your health back up without wasting any first aids. While Myth Clan have arrived at the scene, just driving by 214 Akira by the corners of ruins. plenty of protection through the spacing, and I believe that this is also a decent location for the time being for the side of Myth Clan, and also 2-1 for Akira, for them to just hang back before they make a different measurement of move. While we do see member of 2-1 for Akira knocking one member from the side of Myth.
Oh, and the circle went down, so the Gaka Mountain is no longer the key spot here. Young Galactico still on top of it. But look at this movement here by Rankit. Goes in, Rankit all alone, 1v2, gets one knockdown. Can he get the second one? Yes, he will! Two back by Rankit, but immediately countered from the other side.
Look at that spray control once again. And as much as he got caught out from the back by Devon, it was a beautiful spray with Solo covered by the corner of the buggy, and Devon's gonna find another in the back. But he definitely has to just handle this situation, get his teammates picked back up. One for Akira, still trying to fall in a little bit more of that pressure, but he's looking to deal with this situation once again. Damage being done, and it's time for him to basically get his teammates back on their feet.
Ooh. Long range nade by Joseph. This could be a big one.
Ooh.
Joseph, who got it? Okay.
Wow.
All right. It's not Joseph, but it's still Myth anyway. So that's what matters, right? Still point to Myth Clan.
That is incredible. I mean, as much as there are other teams also surrounding this, but the way that Joseph played this one out was absolutely correct in the form of decision making on that split second, where you will need to eliminate all these form of threat first before you go in for those pickups, and that they did. Myth Clan, they get themselves 4 points in total without suffering any loss at all.
Wow, perfect round for them so far. That is so far. Myth Clan obviously looking to come back after their chicken dinner yesterday. They didn't really do well, so this could be the round for them, but it's still fairly early to tell. Anyway, now we move over to Need You. He is alone in this building with the DBS. Nade by inside onto the second floor. Need You, gotta be careful. That nade will be evaded by Need You. Need You now sprays, and the rest of APG are coming in, but it's gonna be inside with the DBS onto the second floor.
The drive-by was just a distraction overall for Inside to be able to secure that punishment. So that is the first point in for the side of Anchor Pack PUBG. I'm not sure if, you know, all of this was fully intended, but it is a good start for APG so far. Meanwhile, as much as the circle is not going to be gravitating towards the top end of the mountain, there's still going to be FV that will park themselves right on the foothill of it, where TQ having the quarter just holding out for the moment. Red Esports by the ditch as they will take on the rest of Harami Bro.
I'll be interested to see where Young Galacticos goes, because they were at the top of the Kaka Mountain before this. Now putting focus on the Dread Esports, one nade onto Moy. The guy who put off a clutch yesterday. Moy knocked out by Ray from Harami Bros.
The moment he moves to the back is where they have a member being set into place. Harami Bro knows exactly how to just launch a clean attack. So that is a little bit of pressure being relieved over onto the chopstick ditch by the Gatka. And also, this is one of the prime areas to be. As much as there are a lot of crowd actually flocking by, it's going to be a great migration into the circle, whereas over on the top at Yangon as well as PPE have yet to make any drastic moves so far.
Look at how crowded the left side of the circle is. But I'll be more interested to see what's going to happen between Young Galacticos and Playbook Esports. But now putting focus onto the ditch. The quarter eliminated at number 30 with one elimination point. Flash Vision Esports able to get into the circle, and now they're in a safe position by taking out the quarter.
The quarter is just having some struggles ever since day one concluded. They walk away with only 1 point. But I would say there are too much of forces joining in towards that cornered map that we, of course, have been able to witness time and time again in circles like this. FVE would play it really safely as they found themselves a spot to defend for the time being. Jibna had no choice but to play by the haystacks. Federales overlooking the field on top of the roof, unpunished at the moment. As much as they do see names on their feed so far, it's Yatka that finds Nang X. And it's just no clear vision at all, despite them trying their best to look out for targets.
You had to point out that the Flash Vision, they did a substitution as well. So at this moment, one of their previous players are in the game. Skynet knocked down by Zizak. Ooh, Ostia, not again, not another round of difficulty. Mr. Tay was taking a break before this, and now he's back in the game. Now Flash Vision with the substitution, 5 eliminations already.
Yeah, this is so far the best performance we've seen from the side of Flash Vision, and they have to basically go on this momentum in these upcoming rounds once again, really putting up quite the fight against Yangon Galacticos at the back. So long as they clear that area out, they should be able to hold on to that spacing. Meanwhile, APG, the Singaporean side, is having the struggles of 2 members being knocked down. They can't go in for the reset. They will have to leave one at the back, though. Gerald now just hugging by the corners of the blue zone, leaving to just heal up. He does not have first aid at all. He has to just be left to dry by Ryman.
Yeah, it was too tough for him because of the stage 4 zone. APG now managed to get into the circle, but Jero is on the outside. Michi is there! Oh no! Michi broke the heart! Michi, one more to go. He knows exactly where inside is at. He's behind that stone. Michi with the molly will flush him out. Michi being shot back. Michi down to 10% of health. Michi shows himself. Michi does not work. And that is it for APG Esports.
The heroics out of this guy. Michi is just breaking arms and ankles. He just had no care in the world, just riding that vehicle, crashing directly towards them, finding them point blank, and clears up the entire squad of APG. Oh boy, PBE, they really want this opportunity that badly in order to keep their hopes of top 1 position alive.
Well, here we go. Circle time. Moves towards the left side. Raimon, Davan is on the outside on the left side of the circle. I guess the next clash point potentially could be within it. Dread Esports and Harame Bros just next to each other. And they could be forced to take the fight, especially when the next circle shifts.
Over on south side, Exquisite is hoping to secure a pickoff against Ferdorales that has been knocked down. This is going to be absolutely for free. The rest of Harame Bros are within that ditch. Definitely a little bit too risky to exit that area as they're already in the safe zone. They're just gonna take control of the chopstick ditch for now. Jipna, meanwhile, still hiding by the haystacks right into the middle of both FV as well as Harame Bro. Won't be spotted out just yet. The rest of Exquisite Esports closing in against Harame Bro and Nathan. Can he actually get it? Oh, he just fell with so little more damage to knock his opponent, but that's not enough.
Fortunately, he missed the other 2 shots, and thought he would have won that fight. And Mem comes in, and Mem immediately knocks out Lufa. And now Harame Bro, he could be able to defend this, but 2 more from Exquisite on the other side, and Mem is cooking up his nade. Okay. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but anyway, he skipped the molly just right below him.
At least he understands that this is going to be a safe position, and he's a secure angle. Good grenade that lands onto MM and really hitting him to the red, but over on the other side, Super Pickles. Oh, wow, where did that one come from?
He had a crazy exchange of nades here. Super Pickles now with advance forward. MM is crawling towards his teammate. Range, prepare with the nade. Go toss it on Super Pickles. Super Pickles gotta be careful. Immediately goes back, and he's fine for now. Range, will he be going for the pickup? Yes, he will. The revive will kick in soon, but gotta be careful there. Another nade onto them.
It's just hailing grenades all over the place. Super Pickles really piling on the pressure. A brand new name into the scene for the side of Exquisite as he's really making his debut known. The boy.
What?
Needing to deal with the DPS, but it's really too much. Harame Bros crash out with only 3 points to take this round in 9th place.
That was a long stand already paid off for Exquisite. Now that they have an entry point into the circle, their next challenge will be Jashi right in front of them.
Jashi Doesn't seem like he has much to offer here. Scar LUMP. No smokes whatsoever. Speaking of smoke, I guess he will be provided with one by the opponents instead. And maybe, just maybe, with this position right now, he could overwhelm them by giving them a surprise attack. Not sure if they actually caught a glimpse. I think they did. Nathan has one grenade that he can lob out with. So they're going to be priming in even more smokes to cover ground. So this is going to be a little bit more chaotic despite it being a 3 versus 1. But a lot of respect to be shown here by Exquisite Esports.
Ooh, nice nade there by Yue. Knocking out Jashi. Again, another entry point open for them. From our view, we know that no one else is in front, so they're A-OK for now. But look at the elimination pin. Romeo Paul gets knocked down. Now we have Loki knocked down as well. One more to go by Yango Ganticos. Got easy here. 1v against the world. Can they pull off a big clutch here with the DBS? Zayak has the DBS off his soul. Tries to find the right angle. Not able to do so. But that vehicle that was blown up will eliminate the last member of Yango Galacticos.
They managed to make it into the top 7 with 4 points. A little bit more of an explosive display being shown all across the quarter as we do have TQ now invading the buildings of Esports. And they have not left this site for the longest of time. How long more can they hold on for this defense? They do have the AUG to fight back if they want to. And I like how each one of these members have been able to pick up 1 point each at the very least. Naughty Boy down with 2. And it's going to be MVP Tofi that hits the mark, taking 1 member down of the side of TTQ.
Hey, so far so good for them. 5 eliminations so far. Flash Vision as well. 5 eliminations and now they're in the top 6. Like what you said, this is the best round so far by Flash Vision. Let's see how much more they can get out of this round. Tofi cooking up his own nade. TTQ right in front of him. The nade could land big on the TTQ. Lucky enough for TTQ, they're still alright.
TTQ just hanging all the way back by the terrains, but there's not really much cover. Tofi's just gonna take this opportunity to crash right through the smoke. Won't be able to find anything though, and soaks in the grenade. Very risky moves out there. TTQ can eventually bounce back from this. More smokes to cover up the fallen member as they're hoping to eventually get him revived. Esports holding their ground solidly, but unwilling to take extra risks. And that actually sends them out there completely for Goose to take 2 members down.
Oh, last
is still Tofu surviving.
Oh, close one. Zuki managed to get away into safety. Has to immediately use the first aid. But look at the timer, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more seconds before we see the next stage of the circle. Who will it favor after this? So far so good, defending their ground. Circle time, and where will it go? It will still go on to Exquisite has the circle as well. Flash Vision, by the edge of the circle, everyone else needs to move.
This is definitely going to be very challenging for MFG as well as Red Esports. Gymnast somehow still surviving. He's been hiding by the haystack, not doing anything at all. I guess he's just hoping to squeeze those placement points for the team. Whereas Esports, they managed to recuperate even despite them going on this long engagement against TTQ. By now, their resources are running dry. MVP Tofi hoping to hunt out the final member of the side of MFG, and that's going to be Mewtwo. It's going to be left out all alone. Flash Vision Esports, this could be their bounce back moment. A very strong chance for a chicken dinner as they have all 3 members intact. Of course, they still have to deal with Exquisite, TTQ, as well as Esports.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the representatives of Group C are still in this. Red Esports, Esports is in this. So they have at least 2 representatives. MFG as well. So 3 representatives. Chances looking good. But of course, they have to seal the deal and do the business. But speaking about MFG, Mewtwo spotted out, eliminated at number 6.
They hurt you, Sir Cloud. They say, like, you know, I'm not happy you're calling other groups the group of champions. They want to be champions as well, you know? So this is definitely their moment to shine. Esports, currently leaders of the pack with 7 in sport so far. And TTQ basically is being flushed towards the eastern part of the map, very far east, whereas Esports can extend their cover grounds with them slowly squeezing into the middle, which is where it's going to shrink eventually heading into stage 8.
Okay, circle time in about 15 more seconds. And so far, so good for I. Super Pickles gets 1. And we can see here TTQ is playing by the edge of the circle. We still have stage 8 though, so there's still another phase of the circle to talk about. Edward gets eliminated. And that means Dread Esports is out. We are now down to Esports, the final representative of Group C.
And of course, FV for a chance at redemption. No more smack talk from the casters of us being at the bottom anymore, as this is definitely going to be them contesting for a top 16 position. TTQ doing exactly the same. As a matter of fact, all these top 4 teams are the ones that are endangered from being in the absolute bottom. And of course, the fight is strong within them in order to keep themselves competitive amongst the rest of the pack.
Oh, Shakir, gotta be careful there. Being shot at by Exquisite from the other side, but the bad news for Flash Vision is that they are not in the circle at all. They do have vehicles, but I mean, they're being pointed at by crosshairs from multiple angles. I don't know how they're gonna get out of this. Now spray by Master Bay, put pressure onto Flash Vision. Flash Vision zooms in. Exquisite will be the next boy, but before Zero is able to do anything, he got knocked down by himself.
Too drastic of a movement coming in from the squad, and now they get punished for it. FV went a little bit too far wide, and Mr. K being absolutely exposed will be clipped out. That is going to be the end of FV. Top 4 finish with respectable amount of elimination points, total of 5. So that is definitely going to send them into a safer state. A lot of homework to be done still. Where MVP Topi now going for the push. TTQ, 1 member dropped out, and it's going to be Goose all the way in the back, hanging by a thread. It's going to be the player that will attack from downtown, third-partying against the rest of Esports.
Beautiful long range here by Lufa. And now Lufa crawling, getting closer and closer. Trying to get a good angle, trying to get a good feel of what's happening in front. Master Babe uses his first aid, preparing himself for the final moment of this round.
Making sure he's 100% ready for this, as he was preparing for the final battle. He's now running onto the open field. Gets spotted out for a glimpse, as he has to force himself to go in for a real. Gets picked up by Super Pickles. He's just being the Superman of this match. 3 takedowns, as they are going to look for that closure of the match. Lots of smoke to deter any form of vision at all. You away from the back. Doesn't have that much health, and Goose takes his chance to take him out as well. And here we go. Goose knocked down.
There you go. TTQ eliminated. Now it's between Exquisite and I. I still has the chance to secure the chicken dinner for Group C, but Exquisite would not make it easy for them. Lupa in the forefront. Right now, 1 knockdown to Master Babe. Zaya is going to be the last active member, and the Blue is right behind. We're going to put pressure onto him, and looks like Group C will be denied the chicken dinner. Exquisite takes it home as a representative from Group E.
What a refreshing take as we see Exquisite Esports secure their first ever chicken dinner. It's Super Pickles, Nathan, Lufa Boy, and Yue to score in this third match of Day 2. And wow, it really was a lifeline match for these guys who were struggling at the bottom of the table, and now this chance was taken very well from the side of Exquisite, with them being into a safer position right after getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, Exquisite with a slight lineup change with the inclusion of Lufa after their PMNC qualification. And obviously Lufa, he was kind of busy. He came back from the PMGC, was taking a break, and when he put up the advertisement for LFT, Exquisite was the one to pick him up, and now he's with this team to also pick up the chicken dinner with them.
Yeah, and I think like in this team overall, especially with the addition of Super Pickles in this round itself, we see him really having some tremendous damage to dish out throughout the course of the battle. And then we saw how all these teams were hoping to basically jostle for control, and many of these fights happened because of the mid-rotation into the wheels, where they basically crash into each other in order to take all these fights. I'm just really surprised that, Harame Bros eventually gets overwhelmed by Exquisite, and with one of the top dogs of the tournament taken out, this becomes so much more doable for the side of Exquisite to close off the round.
Yeah, so Exquisite with 11 eliminations in this round. No records broken, but that's absolutely fine. This is their first chicken dinner anyway, so maybe this is the rise of Exquisite. We'll need to wait and see. But what is for sure is that Philippines still doing fairly well in this tournament with a lot of chicken dinners for their teams.
Yeah, and each one of them are slowly racking up those $100 of chicken dinner prizes, right? So hopefully we get to see a lot more. And of course, the star of the show has got to be Lufa, like you said.
Yeah, Lufa came out of PMGC, and last he played was with a Reject. So he has been spending a lot of time in Japan since 2020. He played with the Blue Bees, Pino Storm, Donuts USG, you name it. He's been around Japan for quite a while, and now coming back to the Southeast Asian scene in this home ground in the Philippines, representing Exquisite, hoping to get the ticket to PMGO.
And we just love to see it, right? Like, he puts in immense damage in this round with a total of 1,003, and the whole squad now gets the double-digit mark with 11 corners to score, and also having a lot of knocks throughout the course of the battle. So we hope to actually see a lot more of this side of Exquisite Esports for matches to come, and let's see how far will it take them with the addition of Lufa Boy in the squad.
Yes, so it's so far so good. 11 eliminations, 2,411 total damage, and with the 11 eliminations, it's going to be 21 points for Exquisite. So I wonder how far would they have jumped in the overall charts. Before this, they were somewhere in the middle, but we will find out in a little bit more. But before that, we'll look at the overall stats here. 2 airdrops looted, 308 throwables used. I would say this is a pretty standard number.
Yep, very usual from the likes of Erangel matches, where you will expect a lot of all these utilities usage to be in the optimal use. Whereas of all these sort of matches, I think like what's interesting to note is also driving distance, where a lot of teams have to cover plenty of grounds in order to ensure that they get themselves into the final circle. So a lot of them are still on wheels till the tail end, of course, where things get a little bit more plumped up by the corners of Gatka. And now 21 points awarded to the winners, which is Exquisite Esports, and followed by Esports with a total of 16, and TTQ leapfrogs them with 10 points, and FV with 9 points. YG as well as Myth Clan gets themselves 5 points each alongside with PBE, whereas Red Esports gets themselves 4. That concludes the top 8.
Yeah, same goes for MFG and FRL with 4 as well. Harame Bros, 3 points. APG Osja, TQ got 7 with 1 point each, and 214 Akira is the only team without a single point in this round, unfortunately for them. But with the 9 points collected by Flash Vision Esports, surely they are no longer in the 1-digit mark.
Yeah, 214 Akira is having a little bit of a slump heading into day 2 so far, as they are still holding on to the first pager here at 6th position, as they will have to fight back against Exquisite now. With that chicken dinner, they are now within the top 5. Harame Bro, they only acquired 3 points, unable to chase up against PBE, who's gotten themselves into 82. GE will be left untouched for now, despite not playing that game, but Myth still hanging there with 37 points.
Well, TQ and they only played 6 rounds, but they are on the first half of this page. So, yeah, a lot of opportunity for them to go up even further, maybe even in the top 5, I must say. So let's see what will happen as they catch up to the games themselves as well. On the other side, Flash Vision, we did mention them getting into the double-digit mark, but they have only played 7 games. APG has played 8 games with 3 points ahead of them. So they can, well, with that one extra round that they have, they can easily overtake APG.
Yeah, and then you know what's really scary about our current leaders, GE? They only played 7 matches, which means they do have 1 spare right now. They will be moving back into this upcoming Erangel, so we'll see what sort of damage will they do when they do regroup. So it's good to actually say that Group C, they've been looking really, really good so far for today.
Yes, Group C, though not getting the chicken dinner yet, but their debut back, yep, we got a good amount of teams towards the end. So maybe the chicken dinner could come within today because they'll be playing the rest of the rounds throughout today, which we only have 3 remaining rounds. And upcoming next is going to be inside of Erangel, and it's going to be the final Erangel for today. But before we head on to that, we're going to take a break. See you guys in a bit.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. go boom. Let's go boom.
Welcome back from the dinner break, and welcome once again to the PMCL Southeast Asia. It's Sir Cloud here alongside with Contra, and we are just having another 3 rounds to go here in day 2 of the league. So far, things are looking very, very good as we see so many multiple different winners throughout the course of these 5 groups, and we're just getting started here with all of them really picking up the tempo. And Sir Cloud, we're gonna move into our final Erangel run for the night.
Yeah, things are looking exquisite with them picking up the chicken dinner, but that also leaves Group C without a chicken dinner yet still. But after this, we're going to reintroduce Genesis Esports into the lineup. The team that has gotten 2 chicken dinners today and also the holder of the most eliminations in the single round. The golden number is still 16.
That's right, 16 is the number to beat, but I think like certain teams, they want at least just half of that number per round in order to keep themselves afloat, as they are all still battling to get themselves into a better position so that they will land themselves better position for those prizes. Now, this is going to be Group A, B, C, as well as D to be playing this one out. So Group E will just sit back and hang in there for the time being and prepare themselves for Miramar.
Yeah, Group E represented by Harame Bros, Austria Esports, Exquisite, 214 Akira. So after coming out of the chicken dinner, Exquisite will be staying out of this round, and they'll be back for the first Miramar match for today. But I guess for the other teams, they'll be looking at Genesis Esports since they had the very good first 2 rounds. But let's see if the break actually break their momentum, or they still have it in the final Erangel.
Hopefully the momentum is still intact, because I want to see a really great fight coming into this final round of Erangel. And, you know, for their record so far inside of Erangel, it has been pretty decent at the very least. So I don't think that they will be really dropping too far off from where they need to be. But for the rest of the pack as well, this is where, you know, like, it's a lot more preparation to be done against such an on-form team. So it definitely is a little bit daunting going up against these guys for the time being. But, well, they need to be as tough as they can be in order to get those wins. And you know what? If you are watching all this alone and you need a buddy, tell you what, Sally is going to be here with you, where you can buddy up for battle with Line Friends, as this collaboration is now happening within them as well as PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's only available until the 3rd of March. So time is running out. You only have like 3 days more to go. So do not lose this opportunity to have Sally into your collection here, ladies and gentlemen. The line collaboration currently inside the game for you guys to check out. And if you want to have a preview of how the line buddy or the line collaboration goes, well, you can stay tuned for the advertisement. It's being shown. It was shown earlier during the extended break. But if you want to have a good feel of it yourselves, it's inside the game. So log on to PUBG Mobile today.
That's right, and this is not the only thing that's currently happening with PUBG Mobile. There's also a lot of all these cool, exciting skins for you guys to check out. If you guys have tuned in much earlier, you know the drill with the 10 UCs. You could get so much out of it. But, you know, we're going to focus on our matchup coming in, because we see so many different groups now, really getting the right feel of how the competition's gonna run. And I guess like there's still a lot more adjustments to do when it comes down to moving into all of these maps. But Group A, B, C, D is definitely pretty interesting now that Harame Bro is just gonna be hanging by to actually watch how this one fares out. So it definitely is going to be pretty interesting to see the dynamics of how this one runs in Erangel, whether or not there be clashes in the early game. Most likely not so much, but from the looks of it, it's all about that mid-game rotation starting from that stage 3 onwards that actually get a lot of teams in trouble.
Yeah, mid-game rotation, definitely we saw a lot of mid-game fights. We might see like 1 or 2 early game fights because I guess it's also affected by the grouping, right? Like because the teams, they are refreshing their groups, so there's like some different clashes depending on like which group is playing at which spot, and also the flight path. Like what we saw, Genesis Esports, if a Rozhok is close with them, they would drop into Rozhok. If it's not, if it's on the southern side, they would drop into Novo. So even they are just adapting to the flight path. So for us to really say that, will there be or will there not be an early clash or a contest for any of the drop spots, it's going to be hard to say.
Yeah, it's a little too soon to tell. Too soon to tell on how these teams are going to be making those amendments into what really works best for them. But I think like for those that did struggle in these early games are those that actually end up within the same city, where we saw, you know, a battle that take place in that prior round of Erangel, where a lot of all these teams were basically fighting in Isla Poliana and then into the island. That chase was kind of never ending, and they kind of ensure that this does not happen from time to time, because that really does affect their overall performance, because nobody really wants to go out so early on. So you just got to ensure that, you know, everything will be a-okay throughout the course of it.
Excuse me. Yep. Yeah. A-okay is going to be the big question here, right? Now that the Genesis Esports is in. Playbook Esports, they're playing. So they are the next closest team to be able to catch up to Genesis Esports at the number 1 spot. But it's not only about the number 1, right? I think getting the number 1 by the end of the week, great big bonus, because it's a brighter ticket to the grand finals. But for the teams that are on the outside of top 16, especially, I think there'll be a lot more focus onto them and whether they can survive at least week 1 and put themselves at least in good contention to be the grand finals.
And I guess, like, you know, week 1, there can be a lot of instances where teams are just testing new strategies at the same time, where they feel like, okay, I guess like we can start to get a little bit more serious heading into the weekend, so that we can get a little bit more of that prize. And then after that, we take a look back and say, okay, I guess like now that this didn't work, we stick to certain games that we did really well on and try to reenact that sort of formula. So I guess like maybe certain teams, they're really not showing us what their full potential are.
Yeah, full potential. Maybe some of them will be unlocked, like how we saw Flash Vision in the previous round. Maybe that's their full potential. I mean, they made some changes from game 2, from game 2 to game 3, and it worked out better for them. So maybe that's their full potential. We probably might see them performing better in the following round. But it's all about keeping the momentum up. That's the tricky part, right? And the good news is that they do have one game as an upper hand to try to overtake APG Esports, which happen to come from the same region as them, which is Singapore.
That's right, and they definitely need to really give a lot more of that challenge, even to their own siblings coming in from that own region, in order to keep themselves afloat. Or, you know, of course, not saying that they should team up or anything, but like they gotta avoid taking fights against each other or being near the same region, and then just try to, you know, lift each other up by avoiding those fights altogether.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's see. Because if we're based on historical, right? The Singaporean region has not been the region that has been performing well at this stage of the tournament. So if there was a breakthrough here by any of these teams, they would automatically create history for the Singaporean region.
Yeah, and even securing chicken dinners by itself would also be quite a statement for the region so far because, like, it's been a couple of seasons that they have had certain dismal performances. I mean, just based on track record so far. And I think, like, this might just be that season of change. Maybe this is the time that they really show to the world that Singapore does have what it takes to play in the global stages.
Well, let's see if they have what it takes because we'll be jumping into the game very, very soon. This will be the final Erangel for today and game number 4 overall for day number 2. Let's head on to it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be in Erangel.
As we dive into it one more time, this will be Group A, B, C, as well as D to be competing this time around. And the kings of Week 1 so far is currently Genesis Esports. They are now on top of the group with triple digit of points that has been acquired. But there will be contenders. EB and the rest of these squads are eyeing their spot overall. Harami Bro now takes a break. So let's see how the flight will treat some of these teams as it will be skewered towards the southern end. I wonder if it's going to be another Sanoska ending. We get quite a plenty throughout the past day overall, and today we get a direct access into the military base. But I guess it wouldn't be too much more of a surprise if it does happen again.
Yeah, I mean, if it still goes down, then, well, it's going to be a treat for us as viewers at least. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And of course, for Genesis Esports, again, with this sort of flight path, they would just drop into Novo unchallenged by anyone else. Previously, when they were not playing, it was TTQ dropping there. And with TTQ, they probably did enough homework. They know that if it's this kind of flight path, GE will be there. TTQ will not be challenging for it at all.
Yeah, and they just basically give each other that a way of respect at the very least, where, of course, that requires a little slight adjustment. Now, this is mainly hovering over onto the mainlands, so it's not going to be all too much about moving into the island. Majority of them, at least, will be somewhere in between Pochinki or so. And we would expect that it could be around the region of Gatka once again.
Well, I noticed a fight at the Ferry Pier, and in Ferry Pier, okay, a couple of overlapping teams. Okay, we got God7 and APG. God7 loses the first player, APG gets the first split, and looks like we are seeing some more action here. Flash Vision in action against TTQ as well. So 2 different fights happening in 2 different areas.
Very, very interesting approach as we would have Bieber holding down the line right now, slowly getting the invades right across. And this is going to be very, very scary on how they actually go for it. FV gets a really strong opener as they take down a few members of TTQ, but they will be eliminated nonetheless.
Well, let's see here who will be singing the last tune, but Bieber goes down. Looks like he'll be calling out for his baby, baby, baby. Oh, instead.
Ah, man. I guess, like, we could put you on to the next concert tour with Bieber. But for now, APG, they at least get 2 points back. Master Riz did not falter by the till end of it, which is great news for them. And of course, they can't afford to take too much of those early risks yet, once again. So, for now, things aren't exactly all too cleared up. Addict Boy and Co. They're just finding a few ways to basically maneuver this one out. Whereas the rest of these squads are pretty much safe for now. God7 loses a little bit too much more within that form of a three-way battle.
Yeah, ZZ will be the only one left. For sure, he's not going to be able to save Nopakau. So he's going to play for placement points. So far, they only got one elimination point. Definitely not the point that they would have wanted. APG will secure their third point. There you go. It's confirmed. In the back, good start here for APG. Seems like it's a sign that they don't want to be overtaken by the team that came from the same country as them, that is Flash Vision.
That's right, and they're really putting these points back up on the block, and every step of the way, we are seeing massive improvements coming in from the side of APG. Although, day one, I wouldn't want to use the word disaster, but it almost looked like it. But today, it's all about coming back from it.
Yeah, for Flash Vision, unfortunately, they did not come back from it. Still became the first team to be eliminated, so 1 point this round for them. We got some action here. TTQ, one member knocked. And the last I saw, I noticed TTQ, they drop around the ears of Kaka. Now, it seems to be a long reach by Renza. Gus is on his knees. No one else is close by.
Yeah, and Ranzer making sure that the coast is clear so that they could basically secure this one-pointer in and maybe look out for the rest of TTQ from there on. Ranzer has the whole area to themselves, so they will basically take charge and take over. So no issues whatsoever as we are moving into this area of play that is so vast for them to conquer.
Oh man, look at this. CC from the Panther Fire. Now he's amongst the members of MFG. Oh, he has a Scar L. Okay, a decent weapon. Scar L with a UMP. And switches over to a AK. Okay, he's still deciding what he wants to hold now. Okay, UMP, SLK. SLK needed for this close quarters combat. Let's go. He has to pull off a big clutch.
Indeed, he has to.
Oh.
And there goes Yahiko. Makes quick work of it, and God of Dev 7 really ran out of luck this time around in this matchup. Oh, from the Pad to the Fire, like you said, there was really nowhere safe for him.
Yeah, I like how their team name is God of Death 7 when their initials are also GOD, like God, right? So it kind of jives there, I must say. The too bad for God 7 out fairly early as well, but at least not empty-handed. That's the least they could have gotten this round.
Yeah, they've got just a singular point at the very least, so not too concerning in terms of placements. As God 7, they were in the first page, but it definitely caused a little bit of a dip in performance. But it's better to go down with a fight rather than not, right? And they were involved in, I guess, a few that wasn't exactly in their favor. Meanwhile, we have PBE moving towards the direction of the side of Fearless Esports. I guess that they may collide if they advance any further from here. Pozo driving by, and they're taking the top end of the hill, sees the buggy moving onwards, and Pozo's going to relay that information for the rest to take position.
Oh, for now, Playbook Esports still with the same lineup: Raimon, Michi, Monboy, Gerald. But I wouldn't change the lineup. I say they're doing fairly well. It's just a matter of whether they can actually catch up to Chances Esports, which is a team that has a very good record in the Southeast Asia scene, at least for the wildcard region. Speaking about Playbook Esports, they have company around. So the other team, which is FRL, just in front of them, circling around, gathering information, and Playbook Esports prepared to defend their ground.
Yeah, a little bit of a distance created at the very least. I mean, for the rest of Stranger Esports, they're just lurking by, hoping to actually get the catch. Meanwhile, Pozo finally gets spotted out, and eventually will have to make a little bit of a further move to keep himself safe from the rest of PBE. But they are taking flank positions, trying to actually wrap the rest of PBE in this team fight. So it's going to be a little bit dicey, but PBE, they're not a pushover team, right? They would just basically take them head on if they have to.
So circle in the era of a Gaka. So pretty standard circle, I must say. On the left side, not really scammy. Just as Esports came out of Novo, now they are by the right side of the circle, entering it. I is just right beside them. Looking over the mini screen, see soon tapping away. And I guess it's just warning shots if you ask me.
Indeed, it is, and this will be hovering towards the side of the ferry pier as well, which is why you see a lot of all these teams hoping to actually garner that control in that midsection of forest between ferry pier as well as quarry. Whereas some of them are by the lighthouse trying to just hang on tight with a little bit of that elevation for them to work with at the very least. So it will not be all too concerning for the time being, as some of the teams have already positioned well enough. But they definitely will have to be on the lookout, because this is still a very dangerous spot to be for teams like Myth Clan, surrounded with a few members of Enigma and STE newbie around the corner.
Oh, look at this. On the minimap, we got 3 teams close by with each other. And most pro players will call this the 7th house, just because there are 7 houses in this area. So 7 houses being shared by 3 different teams. That's a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's getting very pretty much clumped up right here. Some may feel claustrophobic. Meanwhile, Cute Loki now go on a 1-versus-1 against GE, taking out Westy, now looking for a smile over the top. Cute Loki still has a couple of grenades that he can work with, hoping to toss over onto side of Smile. As the rest of YG joins in, GE widespread, but we'll be able to take down TZ at the moment. Quick nade from the top end of the hill to find one. Now Smile, he's got to run out of here, but not in the nick of time. He will be clipped out.
Oh, 1 player left for GE. Oh man, after 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, looks like this break did break their momentum. And now with only 1 player left, I wonder who it is. We'll need to play for placement points instead.
Yeah, so rough for GE. I guess like we kind of give them a little bit of a curse, right? We say like, oh, they just came back from a break, right? And maybe they will be doing a little bit better, or will that momentum drop? I guess you got your answer right here.
There you go. And we got the answer. So Mernite is the last man, and he's being shot at. Vehicle's still alright, so he should be okay. But can't say the same for Pozo. It's got eliminated by Naughty Boy. The other members of FRL in the building, and I knows exactly where they are.
Yeah, me too, man. Like, Esports, they are basically circling them on these compounds, and they will slowly tap them out, but they do have Ryman from PBE to be able to at least hold MVP Tofi back for the time being. So that's a little bit of cause of concern. This three-way warfare going on. Need You gets a little bit more of that spacing, as he's going to be having members of Esports to be moving across the corner. Tofi will be let off as the rest of PBA pushes through.
Oh man, there you go. Playbook Esports had to come in to pick up that 1 extra point, and now they'll be looking for more. They know that FRL is in the building as well, and this could be their next move to clear up the building before they go into the circle.
And this fight is just lasting for such a long time between these three squads, trying to fight for that spacing into the zone. PBE will be committing into this, where Jarrell now looking to actually push this one through. He's gonna full send this up close and personal. Oh, a big flip through that vehicle. Very dangerous maneuvering, but You will fall nonetheless, with Jarrell pushing right through.
So that is it. Fearless Esports eliminated. 1 elimination point this time. So far, nobody went out. 0 points. The only next risk is going to be GE with that 1 player left. Gotta be super duper careful. If not, it might be a 0-point round for GE. A first for them, in fact, for this tournament.
Yeah, and this is a little bit jarring, because we have not really seen GE go out just like that. So definitely, maybe they just need a little bit of a longer break for now. But of course, 1 member, they could basically hang in tight there with Burnett Boy. So for the time being, the quarter still trying to seek their way into the battle, as they have not really had some solid run for the past couple rounds already. It's just going to be a little bit trickier for them to actually get more out of for the time being. PBE, after securing a good cleanup after that fight against I-Team as well as Fearless, they still have I-Team to deal with, so they will be pepper sprayed for a little bit, but not blinded by a pepper spray, of course. Over the top end of the kill, see you soon, also tagging in. Oh boy, Gerald, he's not so safe after all.
Oh, okay. But look at who's at the high ground here. See you soon. No, this is where Playbook Esports is at. But this house is no longer valid. Now that the circle moved away, MFG instead is in the middle of the circle. Look at where Bernard is at. He will be praying that young Ugaticos don't come by his area.
Meanwhile, we take a look at the updated circle as well. CU soon gets a free access into the open fields, as MFG will be the one to be taking the only few compounds that's currently remaining in that area of play. A lot of teams are still on the outskirts, basically taking on battles after battles. And speaking of which, it's not a boy here trying to fend off all these pressure coming in from across the corners. Will be positioning in order to keep himself safe from the quarter for the time being. Oh man, so hard for them to basically find a clean entry point for themselves. The battle goes through.
Oh!
It's a great shot from the side of Chris to deter them burning down that vehicle.
Crispy shot there. Sayak will be taken out just like that. And speaking of taking out, Genesis Esports is out, but they got 2 elimination points, so no team goes out empty-handed yet so far. Master Babe, long range onto the top, literally on top of it.
And here comes Master Vape, now looking to exit the small little shack, and now priming a grenade, trying to actually flush them through the Molotovs. Will zoom in out, and what a decoy of position! Huge work coming in from the side of Fern.
Beautiful Molly there to flush him out. Naughty Boy tries to seek revenge, but don't have a good clear shot. Now he sees Chris onto the high ground. Couple of taps onto the high ground. Master Babe is still on his knees. Still can be saved by Naughty Boy. But I doubt that Naughty Boy will go for it. He will want to be in the middle of the circle at this moment. Just hold on as long as possible. But can't say the same for Young Galacticos as they are out at number 12.
Yangon Galacticos at least got themselves 5 points before going off, so at least some decent records to be set right there, though they do not have any position points. Myth, however, goes out empty-handed this time around. Huge grenades now being popped right underneath. MFG just holding true to the forest, but it's a lot of open space for Enigma to punish them as well. The wraparound not really working all too well. Yakka now goes 1 versus 2. Capsule up, takes him down. An eye for an eye, but here comes Yahiko to provide a little bit of assistance. He will try to actually flush him out with DBS. Grenades now being cooked up. The rest of Enigma joining in the party, driving by. And this spells a little bit of doom and gloom. Coca-Cola one step through. And that is it for the side of MFG. And Enigma just crushes them like an egg.
Well, this is a big mess. Very, very messy indeed. Enigma now against STE. Let's go. Who will be the king of the hill? STE coming into the circle. They have to do it quick against Enigma while they reset themselves.
STE, they did not really take full advantage of the opening window with the damage being done. They're still crawling by, taking their sweet time. It could have been theirs for the taking if they really want to, but they did not underestimate the enemy lines as well. Enigma now goes on for that reset, but there is going to be a punishment as there is damage to be done here coming from the side of STE. Monboy gets that free pass into the farmhouse, and this is where he's going to plant himself, where he's still making a lot of noise. I mean, he doesn't not want to make too much more because Enigma is in the buildings as well.
Well,
Red Esports now joining in.
Notice a couple of shots that have been fired up by Monboy, so maybe he discovered that it's not safe enough for him. Or he turns back to try to become his teammate. Alright. They do have their own vehicle, but it's being smoked up though. So I'm not sure what is in the minds of Momboy at this moment. Circling around, putting risk to himself as he's being shot at, but it's A-okay for now. The back tire is punctured, so that vehicle could be useless after this.
It could potentially be, but for the time being, Naughty Boy's just using this as a cover, as doing whatever he can to stay alive for now. Playbook Esports still having 3 members strong. Very, very doable as they are in the center of the warehouse, but this will be a point of contest for the rest of the squads. And speaking of which, there is a squad moving right in within sight. While the quarter now staying intact. So far doing very well with those 4 points acquired. So I take back my words about them being, super consistent. But first, top 8, and it can still happen from here on. Shots now being fired from the side of the Nick Love, catching onto one, and it's going to be KH that will be on his knees with a couple of all these members of TTQ spread out in the open for the picking. Save goes in for a little bit of a trading, but that's all that he can do for now. Too far apart for the members of TTQ to save one another. Whereas Michi, seeing the entirety of the squad of See You Soon to be on the forward heels, as he tries to actually look for that pickup, but no opening room for him to do so.
Oh, Michi now trying to find his next target. We got a good amount of teams around them. And also Enigma just next to Playbook Esports. See you soon. Long range goal for the TQ. 0 taps away, but nothing lands on the Chris. Chris is still alright.
For the time being, things are going to be at least within touching distance for a majority of these squads. Michi now does find a knock. Anchor PUBG now applying a little bit of that pressure over the top end of the kill. Master Rakes is really racking up a couple of points for the squad, where majority of all these players are really looking to get that control over on the top side for Anchor PUBG. STE just keeping them at bay, especially with them stuck underneath that shack. There's not much that they can do but to fight back against Newbie.
Here we go, movement from all these teams now that we have 10 more seconds before stage 6 comes in. Master Ricks in the shack. I'll be more interested to see what's going to happen in the middle though. I think my Playbook Esports might guess they'll still get the next visual circle, so that's going to be okay. So now the focal point will be the teams on the outside, since all these teams are really close by with each other.
Yeah, and this compound will draw every single one of the attention of the teams. And whoever's in there right now may not be safe for long. The moment that these teams conclude their battle over on the south side is where the rest of them will strike into the compounds instead. So whoever's in there, they gotta be prepared for the worst.
Oh man. Speaking of preparing for the worst right now, TTQ with that one last player, Zuki. I'm not sure if he has a vehicle, but if he does not, then, well, trying to get into the circle is going to be real hard. Inside, naded down by Moy from Dread. So, at this moment, APG, 2 players left.
APG, they are not really in the best of position, especially through the shacks. They are all pretty much clumped all together. We absolutely understand why they cannot really get out of the run. Well, for majority of all these players, they're just really holding it down. Anchor PUBG, they're outside of the zone. They really got to do something about this. They cannot just sit right in there, because no matter what, it's doom and gloom. Even if time ticks off, they will be taken out.
Here we go, Miner tapping away onto Zuki. So now Zuki pretty much know where to go. The good news is that Zuki is somewhat in the circle by the edge of it, but I'm not sure if we can move any further forward.
Yeah, I'm not so certain either ways, as the battle continues on with pretty much a lot of players still intact. There's so little space that is actually safe for them to play. Red Esports overlooking APG as well, and there's just really nothing to be done here for APG, honestly. The only way is to fight, but do you want to see if the teams will just leave them be? But everybody's really hungry for the points. APG now having the blue zone now, tipping right in. And it seems like STE as well as Red Esports will now try to take on each other. Maybe this is that opening window that they seeked out for.
Well, APG eliminated number 3 elimination points, but we got Dread here versus ST. This will be the focal point for now. 762 shot at, immediately retreats. Moy rushes in, M4 in hand together with the DBS on the other. Changes to a DBS, he knows that this is the right range for him to use it. Cooks up a nade instead, tosses it on to the far end, and now with the one spray from Moy gets a knockdown.
Beautiful work coming in from the squad as Dread Esports is just full sending it into the other sector of the match. DOB now holds him down the line, but it will be 1-for-1 trade. Moy arrives to the scene in style. Now, let's see, 1 versus 3. Holy Lanju now quick up the grenade, still trying to seek out the final member from the side of Stranger Esports. And things are looking pretty bleak for now, and that grenade will find 1. But see you soon. We'll be the next team to be eliminated. It's only 6 more squad. This is the battle for 5th place at the very least.
Oh, Moy?
In the top 5.
Moy? Nate? This Nate could be big. Ooh, not onto Miner. A Miner instead tosses the nade on the side of Holy Lanjo. Moy is just right below him. No focus onto Moy. More to Holy Lanjo. Moy could backstab the Moy, finding the right moment. Miner knows that Moy is there, pulls out his TPS. That's going to be a 1v1, and Moy goes down on his knees. Holy Lanju trying to fight back, but now it's going to be 3v1 for Holy Lanju, 50% of health. Nade on the Holy Lanju, Miner is going to rush in with the DBS. Holy Lanju needs to fight back. He has the DBS on his own. It's going to be a 1v2 DBS. Newbie comes in from the other side, and Dread Esports eliminated at number 6.
STE actually bounced back from that one. They were pretty much cornered up, and I think that the rest of these members of Red Esports pretty much overheated in that team fight. And wow, what a conclusion to that long haul battle that they had over the hill. And now the focus is back into the farmhouse.
All right, top 3. Time to Quick Esports eliminated before 3 elimination points. Top 3 teams here. Enigma, STE, and Playbook Esports is back. So their chance to score a second chicken dinner. Whereas if Enigma or STE scores, it's going to be their first.
Definitely. Where Enigma has been really putting on quite the performance in these Erangel matches that they've had throughout the course of the day. Playbook Esports just having maybe a member disadvantage if they were to actually collide this early on with the mentioned team. So they definitely want to avoid that for the time being. Whereas they don't really have to commit to anything because they know that there are fights on the outskirts. They could basically wait for it to conclude, and then let's see where the final circle actually takes place. And it does go into the farmhouse, so, well, I guess that they will have to take this across the country roads for it.
I think... Oh man, I think it's going to be a stalemate still. I think we're going to see stage 9 this time. Because everyone's pretty much in the circle, so no one's really forced to move. So I think it's going to be stage 3. But when stage 3 comes, the first one that's forced to move is going to be STE. But they need to make the right move, the right timing. When Enigma and PB is distracted with each other, they come in later, that would be the best. But they need to hope that that fight happens as well. If they're still standing still, then it's going to be quite hard for STE.
Yeah, and while they are basically turtling into the town for the time being, they just have to just sneak into either side of the compound, and they do not really notice that the vast area of this giant shack or farmhouse is actually opened up if they choose to actually infiltrate. So that is definitely up to them to decide whether or not if they want to make a run for it.
Ooh, okay. Speaking about making a run for it, they have 25 more seconds to decide what they're going to do here. So, okay, I'm anticipating this is going to happen, right? STE is going to make the first move because PBE and Enigma still have some space. But hang that thought for a second. I think PBE is going to make the first move, okay, because they're pinned down to a corner. So they're going to make the first move against Enigma, and that's where STE will come in later. And the team that gets the chicken dinner, wow, I'm okay. I'm predicting the chicken dinner right now. I think
okay,
it could be STE.
it very well could be, or if there's a good shout, it could also be Enigma, based on the strength in numbers that they had. And they've already garnered enough intel to know that STE is about to charge right in, so they are basically prepping some grenades as well as shots fired towards the side of Newbie. One member knocked down,
Ooh.
and over on the back flank as well, they managed to seek that one out. PBE is basically chiming in to help their Filipino brothers.
Okay, here we go. STE falling, but oh no! I don't mean to do the casters because ladies and gentlemen, it's not my fault. It is just what it is. But now Newbie's going to be the last man. Okay, his teammate calls onto him, and now the revival kick in. Michi knocked out by Newbie, and Enigma in action now.
QB now gets them pretty much stuck by the corner, but oh, the grenade connects from Mob Boy. This is coming in from PBE instead, and the tides have definitely turned. It's PBE striking them back, and this is not looking to be any good favors for the side of Enigma as well.
Okay, another knockdown here. Enigma might lose another player. Jared's gonna come in as well. Newbie gets naded out by Caps. Now Mod Boy just right beside them. Looks like STE is gonna be the first one among the three teams to be eliminated. The cast discuss is real, ladies and gentlemen.
Very, very real. I mean, just like when you're just about to make that prediction and it all goes down the drain. And now, this is where they all get into one same compound to fight for that chicken dinner. And Enigma, they've got 3 members from the outskirts. PBE, they're taking control from the inside. And Koopa, he's still looking around, just trying to gather as much information as he can. Enigma needs to find a way to push right through. PBE having Gerald holding that DBS, and they are one of the kings of close quarter combat, but can they win this one out? Smokes now being set right in as the pushes come into effect. Here comes Gerald with the first move. Osprey being worn by the side of PBE as we see all of them clipped by the edge of the corner. And it seems to be a big shot that will connect, and Enigma flowing their way through, and they will shut them off completely with PBE down. And this will be the first chicken dinner for Enigma.
Caps, QB, FV, aka Coca-Cola, and Koopa to take on the chicken dinner. Again, the team from the Filipino region. Looks like the Philippines are coming into the PMCL hot.
Absolutely sublime on how they managed to manage this. Enigma, they did so well to really hold onto that control into that shack, which will be eventually the very final battle that will take place. And at the same time, like that read onto those on the hill, Stranger Esports, they see that, okay, there is a chance that we can basically infiltrate the building. They also did get ambushed by the rest of PBE coming from the side, which was keeping watch the whole time.
Yes, and what a chaotic round it was towards the end, I must say, with the 3 teams just going ahead at each other. But for us to relive the best moments from the previous round, we'll check out the highlights from this game.
And it started off with a lot of all these fights that actually take place without much of an expectation coming from us, as it slowly became a little bit too rowdy towards the mid end of the table. Yangon Galacticos managed to get 5 elimination points before they actually go out and fight, but there is just so many of all these close range battles across the fields of Gatka, as well as the jostle controlled by the top end of this forest, where we see MFG, Enigma, as well as STE battle beyond.
Yeah, and Enigma towards the end, like what you said, they maintain all their players, so they do have the manpower, so that gave them the advantage at the very end for them to get dinner. They were in a good spot as well, that they didn't really need to move too much. PBE, that was the team that came later towards the compound where Enigma is at. They were facing off with each other for quite a while until towards the end where they were forced to move, and that's where the final moment came. And this is where we can see on screen how messy it was. PvE had no space to run. Enigma has controlled the situation. They came in, did their work with the DBSs, and that was a wrap for that round with Enigma securing their first chicken dinner in the PMCL.
Yep, and Jarrell was the shining star of PvE as he have been doing so much in that final bout, raking in a total of 3 eliminations as well as knocking down quite a number of players in all these long-range trades, and we definitely want to see a lot more coming from Jarrell as he is always the initiator when it comes down to these close-range battles. It came down to a really close fight between them as well as Enigma, but Enigma definitely deserving of the win on how well they coordinated these attacks.
Yes, not gonna lie, right? Enigma is definitely the highlight here. But also for Playbook Esports, again, a fairly consistent round for them, I must say. But is it enough to overtake Genesis Esports? Not really, because of how the gap is. But the highlight, of course, Enigma with the 10 eliminations that they got in the chicken dinner, is going to be 20 points in this round.
20 solid points, and this definitely puts them in so much more of a comfortable position, right? Like, a couple of matches, they did slide down, and then, like, you start to see them building traction, building that momentum, and now really placing themselves as a heavy contender yet again. Hopefully the confidence is at the peak for this squad, because what we saw early on, we want to get more out of this.
And let's check out the overall stats from this round, and let's see if anything is unusual. Throwables used not more than 300, so it's a little bit less than the usual number, I must say. Add up to the two, so that's pretty standard, I must say. For total eliminations, 59, that means at least 5 players were eliminated by the zone.
Yeah, and I guess like some of these players were really pinned out. Like, you saw the situation between Encore PUBG as well as STE and a few guys up there. It's like sometimes in certain situations like that, you really can't make any sort of advancements. And we saw this open field of Gatka to be yet again a very, very tough place for them to actually play out. But we like what we saw, and we definitely want to see what really comes up next, as we will be moving into Miramar soon. But before we get to that, let's check out the total standings right now of the match that just concluded. Enigma, like you said, 20 points have been secured, where STE as well as PPE, they got themselves 8 elimination each, so they are just by touching distance of 14 points and 13 points respectively.
Yeah, followed by a TQ with 10 points, so that will be the 4 teams with a double digit in this round. TTQ 7 points, Dread 6, we got Young Galacticos 5, APG 4, 3 for I, and MFG GE takes home 2 points. And we got a See You Soon, FRL, GodSevered, FB Esports with 1, and this time Myth Clan without a single point. Myth Clan, a little bit worrying for me as they seem to be showing signs of inconsistency.
Yeah, like, we praise them for a round of doing really well, and then like the next, sometimes they just bomb out. Like, something that I couldn't really put a finger on what really went on with this team, because firepower wise, I think Myth Clan does really have it, but in terms of positioning, you know, the other day they definitely got a solid chicken dinner via having great teamwork. We need to see that one again, and then maybe they will be able to fare much better.
Yes, let's see how much better did these teams get for Flash Division. Unfortunately, not much. Still at number 20 at this moment. But for Genesis Esports, as what we expected, they will still hold on to the number 1 spot. But the gap now is close. They have a 8-point gap with Playbook Esports. Harami Bros, however, look at this gap. It's already a 22-point gap between Playbook Esports and the pros.
Wow, it's quite a huge gap, I must say. And when we look into the thick of things, like, for certain teams to really chase into the top 8 right now, it's definitely going to take a little bit of an effort if you're coming in from the lower end of the spectrum, because every single round there's still going to be chases coming in from a lot of all these other squads that are still vying for those better positions. So with that said, Miramar is going to be the tempo breaker for those that have performed really well in Erangel. So we'll definitely have to see how well will they fare. And with that being said, we'll go on a short break. And when we do come back, we'll bring you more PUBG Mobile Esports action here in the PMCL. So we'll see you guys right after this.
things go boom. Things go boom.
Once again, welcome back to the PMCL Southeast Asia. You're here with me, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra, as we are definitely kickstarting our run into Miramar.
Yes, Miramar it is. We'll be opening the first Miramar for today after this. So, man, the Filipino teams are doing fairly well today with Enigma scoring their first chicken dinner, taking it home for the Philippine region. Well, technically, you don't collect the scores. They're still playing as individual teams, but, you know, it's nice to have some regional pride with these teams.
Definitely, and I'm pretty sure that the Filipinos back at home watching are absolutely proud of their performance so far from what we are seeing coming in from all the competitors. They definitely are showing so much finesse for today, and that really gets even myself excited as a PUBG Mobile enthusiast, right? Like the way that they've been able to really find so many of all these nukes and crannies to just seek that advantage even in the tightest of spaces. And Enigma was your brand new big winner joining into the club, as now we have Group B, C, D, as well as E to play out Miramar.
And so Group A, Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, and God of Death 7 will be taking a break this round. They'll be back for the following round. And in this round, of course, we still have a lot of champions here. We have Enigma, we have Genesis Esports, happen to be the same group, by the way. But Group C, just saying, the teams in Group C have yet to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, Group C is still working really hard to actually get there. I think like the closest that we've seen today was maybe the match with Esports fighting for the title when they were playing in Gatka. That was the very first round of Erangel played today. There were a little bit of a hope for the side of, teams like Dread Esports to go a little bit far alongside with the quarter, but they definitely had a lot of struggles throughout the couple of rounds that they played out. So we'll give them a little bit more time, because so far the competition is looking very, very stiff, and it really takes a while for new faces to be getting that rhythm in order to secure their first win.
Yeah, but for the veteran faces, well, they are up there. We have the number 1 team, Genesis Esports, number 2, Playbook Esports, and now Playbook Esports have shortened the gap between them and Genesis Esports. It will take just this round for them to overtake that throne, at least by the end of round number 5 after this. So, and both of these teams are playing. So maybe they want to look at canceling out each other.
Well, GE, they don't really have to go for those early fights to basically take each other out, but so long as both teams are alive, these teams are stacking up points, right? So it's all about who really gets the better result of elimination points in order to really make that big difference heading into this matchup. GE did show that they can play very, very well inside of Miramar. We'll see how this run's gonna go, because the couple of all of these matches, we see very different type of endings inside of Miramar. So this time it'll definitely offer something fresh. But what's pretty much fresh for you guys to acquire? The Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor set, which will basically last for a limited time only, and you can basically get the shining, shimmering, splendid MK14 displayed on your screen. And you know what? The best deal about this is that your first draw costs only 10 UC.
Yeah, and to be exact, the limited time only is until 9th of March. So time is running out. Get this upgrade for yourself, not only the skin, but also the MK14 upgraded skin as well. So don't miss out on this opportunity while it lasts, ladies and gentlemen. There will be also elimination broadcast, on-hit effect, loot crate. So a ton of good stuff here with this draw. So do it right now. Only 10 UC for your first draw in case you haven't done it.
That's right, and then of course there's also the Serpent Gleam set, which if we do have the graphics to display to you, that is also within the offerings of PUBG Mobile right now for a limited time as well. But we'll talk a little bit more on that later on, as this Dragon Emperor set is of course in conjunction with the Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year, as you all may know. Though it may have included, the fireworks may have stopped, but I think internally we're all still celebrating.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's always there's always a cause for a celebration, right? So let's see which team will be celebrating their next chicken dinner. So this will be the question as well. So we're keeping an eye on that. Will we see another repeat, or will we see a new team? So far today has been very eventful. We've seen new records. We've seen back-to-back chicken dinners. We've seen new teams getting on the board. Now that one team that I want to see getting a chicken dinner is, well, it could be either one of the teams from the Singaporean region. Looking at you guys, APG and Flash Vision Esports, who scored a chicken dinner for the Singaporean region.
Yeah, and I would say out of the two, today we see APG having a decent track record in terms of elimination points, as well as we see them really fighting in order to get their way into a top 5. There was a round that they, I believe, managed to do so, but there was only that one stellar round coming from FV that has made their mark into a top 4 position. Still a really good start, heading into day 2. These are good signs, We give those early scrutiny because it's to give them that motivation, because this 3 weeks of play, of course, most importantly for them to score during the league in order to qualify for the finals, and it has to start now. Right, and I think they're on the good note. They're still climbing. A chicken dinner for today. We'll see where that happens, because 2 more maps to be played out.
True, although it's only day number 2, right? They have tons of games more to play, but I totally agree with you. Is that you don't want to leave it to the last minute, last day, whatever section it is in the tournament for you to qualify into the grand finals. You want to do it right now, and there will be extra incentive if the teams actually end up like in a higher placement in the overalls, because you get extra starting points in the grand final. So why not, right?
Yeah, I think like that is also the benefit of moving into this brand new format of the PMCL, because this is how a lot of these global tournaments have played out for at least regional leagues, even in the PMSL and many more to go. But, you know, it really has to start somewhere. You don't want to be walking away with only, you know, bare minimum 1-pointer at the bottom or even 0-pointer out there, because that puts you in such a tight spot. Even when you qualify into the finals, like, you are already starting on the back foot, and that's not how things should be. But somebody's got to take it either ways, because in competition, there's always going to be winners as well as some that do not actually reach the top. But you know what? We'll see who will reach the top this time around, moving into our first run of Miramar of Day 2. This is the PUBG Mobile, and we are definitely going to be looking forward to see the challengers rise here in the league. PMCL Southeast Asia Miramar begins right now.
Here we go, Miramar it is. Can't wait to get this started. As we head on to it, keep your eye on to the hot areas. I think Chumacero was pretty hot yesterday. We got a clash inside of Chumacero, so that could happen again. Let's see if it does. Also, San Martin, the place where GE likes to drop. Let's see if any other team would like to hot drop them and try to stop them from being the #1 team by the end of the day.
Yeah, and I would say GE, so long as they play their usual play style, they won't fall too far off from wherever they've climbed. But now it's really about the teams that are hungry for the chicken dinner, that have not won any of it at all. I want to see them get it. And you did mention about the Singapore teams. I'm looking at some teams from Myanmar as well. MFG this season makes their debut here in the C wild cards overall. Even before the PMPLs, they have never actually seen action on such a huge stage before. So it definitely is a lot of learning process for them to get adjusted. But I want to see them in their peak performance.
They got to learn this quick, as the games do fly by fairly quickly, I must say. Looking at the drops, looks like no challenge inside of Chumacera, so that's going to be pretty clear. We've seen a challenge inside of Monte Nuevo before, and part of El Pozo. Looking at how the teams are dropping, I don't think we'll see a challenge there. Circle will be on the left side though. So these teams, some of them may need to travel there, but that's absolutely normal considering that this is the biggest map in the competitive world of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, at least this is something that they've seen before yesterday, right? There is a circle that did move around El Pozo as well as Monte Nuevo. But the good news is, you know, as compared to yesterday, there were a lot of fights happening in Chumacera. This time, maybe they will respect each other a little bit more. Now, on the far end side of the map, somewhere around water treatment, I do see there is a stacked crowd with Enigma as well as another squad, assuming it's GE that's going to be around St. Martin. Might just be a little bit of a battle, as we do have Anchor PUBG actually taking them on, the winners of the past round.
Oh, inside, fighting back. Managed to get the knockdown. Beautifully done. Caps is currently down. Cooper comes in onto the second floor. Inside. Two back-to-back. But unfortunately not able to get a third one. Mr. Coca-Cola is that safest team.
Oh my word. What a fight that they're putting up with. Enigma have just celebrated a win, and they are doing them like this. A huge grenade now locked in. He has to force a move. Going in with a jump shot, and it does connect. Swift move from Coca-Cola, and he is here to basically salvage the situation. And Master Rix is the next one to fall. What a swift recovery from Enigma. They're down, but they're not out just yet as they crush APG. This is the way that they will start off the match here with high flying colors and ace for Enigma.
Wow, switching from offense to defense in the split second, and it absolutely worked out for them. My oh my, they are on a roll from the chicken dinner in the previous round.
It's actually crazy, right? 1 second they're on their knees. The moment that they revive, look at how fast Coca-Cola did all of these action. The action per minute, the APM is just incredible. I have just nothing but praises for Enigma right now.
Yeah,
I am shook.
You are shook. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that even a word?
I believe it is a word. Yeah.
Oh,
Shooketh.
okay. All right. I'll fact check that at some point. But Fern needed himself. Okay. I know life is stressful, but not this way.
Yeah. Not that way is at all. Well, things are at least a little bit more calm and peaceful for the citizens of what I do believe to be Al Azhar, looking rather clean, whereas the quarter is now dealing with very, very slight hiccups. Should be recovered in no time. I mean, the rest of the quarter is sticking all together. So this will be pretty much a standard start. Not too much of a big blowout other than the fight that we've gotten much earlier on. So other than that, things are pretty chill for the time being all across the land of Miramar. We'll definitely have to see much later on though, because with this fight circling around that Monte Nivo region, we will see a lot of teams trying to fight for the high grounds.
I also want to point out that as much as I would love to see a Singaporean team getting the chicken dinner, unfortunately, APG is the only Singaporean representative this time, as Flash Vision is taking a break. So, no Singaporean teams left in this round. So, next round, we'll be looking forward to what's going to happen next. Hopefully, the Singaporean teams will be able to pick themselves up. But speaking about picking themselves up, Chris knocked down, and let's see who's going to save him.
A little bit of a cry for help might do a little good as Fern will drop a grenade towards the side of Cute Loki. Quarter fighting back real strong against the rest of Yangon Galacticos. YG now having TZ really shut off from this fight. And then things are looking a little bit awkward for now for Romeo Boy, as he will have to basically find a way to maneuver across. A little bit of a tough position as they are basically jostling for control. Say Cloud gets a little bit of those damage done. The top is so far away, it's not going to be able to contribute at all in these circumstances.
Ooh, nice tap there from afar. Smile. Oh, finish off by newbies from STE. What's happening here with GE? They seem to be losing the plot. But putting my focus onto Chris now, tossing a nade onto the second floor, putting pressure onto Yangon Galacticos. Nobody's on that left side. Most of them on the mid area of this building.
Yeah, and even for now, with all these pressure coming through, the quarter is still staying steadily, but they are not really propelling forward. But they did manage to catch a glimpse of Say Cloud through the window, through the wall. And now the top joining in makes it a little bit smoother for the taking.
Here we go. Looks like a Romeo Boy. Pretty much the last man right now. TZ definitely will be out. One against the world. Gets one. Second one comes in. Oh! Okay, got two of them. Oh man, Romeo Boy can actually pull out a big one here, but the answer is no. The moment Fern shows up, that is it for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, and it is a little bit of a tough run-in when we move into such an open spacing, especially when you do have some flank setups coming in from the side of the quarter. It's not the best that the Myanmar players are looking to seize in the early game. But, of course, we expect YG to be able to recover eventually. But they will sit out Miramar empty-handed, something that we don't always see all the time.
Yeah, speaking about early game, Genesis Esports only left with two players. Gonna be an ouchies round for them. And if this continues on, Playbook Esports will be the ones licking their lips, saying that, hey, you know what? We could probably end the day with a number 1.
Yeah, this could be a very good chance for them to just extend that forward lead. But oh my word, look at that shift of circle. Everybody thought that it's going to be Montenevo. Nah, it's going to be in the empty city of El Pozo right now. So good news for the quarter. They will have that free spacing opened up for themselves.
Yeah, same goes for Enigma as well. They're going to come in from the northern side into the city of El Pozo. So like what you said, free space, free entry for them. But for the quarter, a lot of teams trailing behind them. There's something that they need to be aware of. So I would expect to see a lot more fights at the south side of the circle.
Yeah, and of course, throughout these rotations, certain teams may opt to just leave some of these spacing for them to rotate, whereas those cheeky ones will just stay for a little bit more, because in these early stages, there's still a lot of timing windows that they could basically use to rotate a little bit later and just catch teams out. Whereas GE, with only 2 members left, you know, like, they just will basically hang back and maybe look for certain opportunities for them to pick off players inside of this huge city. And the thing about this whole El Pozo region is that it's very similar to Los Leones, except for more areas of play, which includes high towers for them to basically defend and also to trade off within one another.
Yeah, so the high ground is definitely going to be valuable, especially in the map of Miramar. And knowing like the high grounds and all these little details like the back of your hand is very important, since cover is very scarce inside of Miramar. So you need to be smart on how you navigate around the high grounds, and also like this rough terrains, as you can see these teams navigating through just to get into the circle.
As they are taking a little bit more of the approach from the outskirts, Esports will have Super Pickles, just keeping an eye on them. This northern area of Trailer Park has been rarely visited, but this time around, absolutely viable to camp out with some picnic going on. But they definitely would fancy getting a little bit more of those fancy smancy time together, because still very early on, they gotta relocate eventually with 17 seconds to go at the time being. The rest of Stalwart, sorry, I see STSA Stalwart, but it's actually Stranger Esports. Scotty now having vehicles smoked up, very dangerous position, as they will stop by in order to see if they could basically land a few blows towards the enemies.
Yeah, I totally understand. If I see another STE acronym in another tournament, I'm out of here. Like, we have just too many STEs now, okay? 628, Starward, and now Stranger Esports. I mean, I know it's cool to get hold of one of these sexy names that make their name obviously the world stage. But hey, it's time to take this fight and see if they can make the name for themselves in this tournament. A lot of gunfire happening.
And with a lot of all these shots pressuring through Harami, bro, they managed to actually get into safety of the city, crashing into somewhere towards the south side at the very least. So still plenty of space for them to navigate. I think one of the best areas to play out from is where SYS as well as IA Esports is currently at. They have a little bit of heal. They don't really have to enter the city, because exiting out of this one is going to be such a difficult challenge.
Oh, Nate, just in front of KH. But at the same time, Bon Boy looks like his vehicle exploded and now he's on his knees. The blue is on top of TTQ and they are quite far away from the circle.
Very far away indeed. And Gus, he's just tanking all of this damage. He just really has to heal up. Stage 3 is going to cause a little bit of a problem. And he kept sliding. He canceled out. Does he have time? But here comes KH coming with a shred. He does do damage to the side of Ryman. These two teams are in an absolute pickle.
Oh man, Zuki tries to get away with a smoked up vehicle. It's almost exploding. You gotta be careful of that. Gus knocks down Jaro, saving Zuki in the process.
Man, oh man. This is just getting rowdier as it goes. as the shots are continuously a shot towards the side of Michi. There's no way that PBE can get out of this one. This time, from the top all the way to the bottom, PBE with no points.
Oof, their chance to overtake Genesis Esports unfortunately blown away just like that. And with Genesis Esports still alive with 2 players, they could open probably a slight gap between them and PBE.
Very, very possible. For the moment, I'm just looking at the city though, where all the fights will be taking place. TTQ as well as TQ, another confusing name if you put them all together, have gotten 4 points each. A lot of all these teams in these early battles really have clean sweeps overall. The ones that have won at the very least, not dropping a single player at all. And they could basically get a little bit more going for them in these upcoming fights, as the circle will bring them closer to the outskirts of this El Pozo city, closer towards the south, so still very reachable. But TTQ, they're just barely making it out alive, and now we'll have to take on the rest of See You Soon, Tiger KE.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on to TTQ here. I wonder how they're going to get in. They must win the fight against See You Soon, unless See You Soon chooses to move in and fight with TQ. But I don't think it's going to be a big priority for them. The priority is to stay at where they are, and if they get the chance, try to lock out TTQ.
Yeah, that would be the utmost priority. But See You Soon, they want to create a little bit more of that spacing and then eventually gatekeep them with some of these traps being set up. Because they heard some of the engines roaring and they do know that they're going to be right underneath their noses with Boyshan now. Preparing that grenade as there is going to be a slight drive-in. I think that Boyshan has been spotted out as well. Now that he pops the grenade, it does connect towards the side of KPH only ever so slightly. And he's also getting shot right back. Great preparation coming in from the rest of TTQ.
Okay, here we go. Edward from TTQ on his knees. Lulu Tia from See You Soon trying to find a different angle here, but he's on the lower ground. Gotta be extra careful. Smoke will be popped out by Lulu Tia. That could be his exit plan now to fall back behind his other teammate.
Now pushing right through. Trying to see if it could basically get any of these angles going for himself. Whereas quick picks coming in from the side of Gus, as he eventually also gets pretty much knocked down by that boy Sean. Really getting that hit advantage. This boy Sean so far really being the king of the hill. Goes ahead to secure that number, and then now with the push coming from KH. Can he actually get him though? But he exposes to the back. Boy Sean is down.
Oh, one more to go. KH on the lower ground. He has done this before. Can he pull it off again? 1v1. He got a little bit of help. From where did it come from? Lulu TF out. Okay, I'm waiting for the elimination feed. Looks like MF Kill helped them from afar, from somewhere.
What? I'm not even sure where exactly they are, but you go back into action once again. Akira being shot all the way from the top. It'll be Asya that will have Skynin really raking in some good, solid damage points right underneath and slowly choking out the rest of 214 Akira. Seems like their run of a bad luck has not been broken loose just yet, with another great connection. And Gui makes damn sure that he's gonna take all of them out.
Yeah, it's at maximum level now. Level 99, Chewy. 2 elimination points. Ostia Esports now 4 points in the bag. A team that is looking to rise up again. Having a tough time so far in this tournament. As Ostia Esports will be happy to pick up their first 4 points in this round.
Absolutely ecstatic if they do so. And Asya, despite just losing 1, they are really taking great elevations. Whereas a lot of other teams also have pretty much the same idea. Same goes to Exquisite. That's currently not having too much of those points, but it does not matter as it will eventually come by. For the current position, a lot of the teams are satisfied with where they currently are at the meantime in terms of position. But of course, with a lot more pressure eventually moving into the outskirts of the streets, that is where things will be very concerning because that will not give them that much cover.
Yes, then this is the thing about Miramar, right? Like, covers are very scarce here. You have to make do with what you have at this moment. MFG needs to get across the road. At least a couple of members need to get across. But we got a good amount on the right side as well. So at least they are marking each other, and they can use each other as an entry point to get into the circle. But for Zuki now getting KH, ooh, furthest away from the circle with someone on top of them.
Yeah, and a very interesting place to be is they are just basically trying to gate and lob all these other squads from really proceeding into these high ground terrains. And I guess like it will definitely take a while before any collateral damage would be done towards either side. As of the moment, a lot of shots being fired from the side of MFG. One of the members taken down earlier on, but they will try to drill onto TTQ. They find themselves a shack and will remain to be safe.
Okay, Unknown now with a high ground advantage overlooking these teams. But Zuki putting pressure onto Osha. Osha managed to get away onto the other side, but Chewy exposing himself. Zuki spraying it down. Chewy is still okay, but what are they going to do now? Are they going to go all in onto TTQ?
It might just be the case, actually, but are they willing to actually take that risk? Oh,
wait,
there we go!
what?
A Molotov!
Wait.
Oh! Did he just burn himself alive? Oh my word. This is the top that managed to clip him instead. It's only down to KH, and he's lucky to survive the fire.
Oh man, that was a sad moment there with a Molotov, but that's the price you have to pay if you're in one small shack, one molly, one nade, can flush you out.
Yeah, and they really have to be very careful of that. They need to be prepared to make any form of a measure to move out when they can. Now things are getting even stiffer here, especially with the zone already closing in. Stage 6 is where we will see all of them commit into something.
Looks like Toby will be tapping up from this high ground area. Not going to get much of a good angle from this. Very limited position to be in. At least they're on this high ground, so as long as they still have the circle, it's going to be hard for them to be challenged. But looking at where they're at right now, it's very likely that the circle will move away since we're only still at stage 5.
Yeah, and that's what we really do expect as well, for it to further shift into other terrains, and it might just be directly in the center where STE is currently at. And lo and behold, like I said, guessed correctly, and the quarter has got such a good spacing because they're far away from all these tread, but there will be a couple of lurkers from atop the hill. Meanwhile, the citizens, oh boy, they gotta get out of there.
All right, they have to. Here we go. There's like what, 1, 2, 3 at least, from what I can count, that needs to move in. And there are gatekeepers there. It's going to be real hard. They must win those fights to get into the circle.
And time is of the essence as well. Oh, very risky maneuvers for some of these guys, as they are trying to create a little bit more of that opening space. These 10 teams here knows that every single nook and cranny is going to be filled with opposing team members out there ready to take them on. And I guess they just got to ensure that they crawl over safely, where a lot of all these smokes must be popped in order for them to make any form of advance.
Okay, here we go! Kilby! Beautiful shot onto Jashi. Finishing off, it's going to be Koopa. His teammate, the poison goes onto Enigma. And now Dread is having a hard time coming in.
Oh, it's just so difficult, man. Like, I don't even want to be in this match if I ever get the chance to hop into this lobby, because it's so stacked with all these players. Shots coming from back. Oh, Robbie Bro getting punished. And Morales trying to actually trade right back. We'll be able to seek some danger off, but MM now trying to flush them off with a grenade as they trying to infiltrate the compound where STE is currently at. Grenade missing out. QB now ready with the DPS. Few shot over the side of MM, but it is a weird close range.
Reload.
You're trying to reload, but there's no bullets. Bringing out the M4 instead. So close, but not getting any.
Well, that took a while, but he finally got it. Now he has to deal with Range on the second floor. Range is going to be the last man standing right now for the Harame Bros. Nay! Nicely done! Blind toss! Worked out for Range.
What a word coming in from Range. Harame Bros, they're really something when it comes to all these close quarter fights. And I don't even know what more to say about their prowess. STE, battered and bruised. Federalis still needing to recuperate from that, as there's still more fights to take.
Well, looks like the winner chicken dinner winners of the previous round, Enigma, eliminated at number 10. But they got themselves 7 eliminations in this round. Pretty nice for a number 10, not gonna lie. It's gonna push them up in this match points pretty far on the first page. But nice shot there by Federalis. Wow, that is an eagle eye scope he has.
Yes, indeed. The way that he's been able to really do it so swiftly is just astonishing. Well, you see a lot more of that open grounds up for the taking, but the citizens, they have all these clear spacing, but not really willing to make any drastic measures because they are still suspecting that there is danger up ahead. So take the sweet time if they will, as the rest of them have been slowly cutting across. Meanwhile, Exquisite takes this open opportunity to try to book one of these compounds for their own.
While TQ in the circle. If TQ gets this chicken dinner, it will be their second chicken dinner. They got one yesterday, and if they can get this, well, they'll equal up the amount of chicken dinners with Genesis Esports, as well as nope, no other team. Okay, as with Genesis Esports, so 2 teams to get the chicken dinner. But we still have a good amount of teams left to go. Let's see if they can defend it against teams coming up from the high ground.
Speaking of which, Mewtwo now trying to basically draw out a line between them as well as the quarter. Prepared with the DBS is MFG. So far, surviving very well as well as trading all together, hitting into this late game with a very solid chance for them to actually get some good scoring. And now with the rest of TQ creating a little bit more of a spacing, this is going to be a little bit daunting for those hiding inside. MFG will really have to hold the line with Stret Esports. This time goes out at 8.
Okay, here we go. The siege is going to start anytime soon. MFG ready to come in. Federalis from afar! Spots on Mewtwo! Beautifully done by Federalis. Again, another eagle eye spotting by him. He gets 2 back-to-back, taking out the entire MFG squad. And he doesn't need to be anywhere near them to do that.
It's crazy how sharp Federalis is, and he just basically get all of this from a distance. And when you put him into a close quarter fight, he does it all. Such a well-rounded player from Harame Bro, and he's already got 6 by himself.
Oh man, what a brilliant move by him. Woo, that's why he's the top eliminator in the PMNC Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. Bringing in a lot of points for his team. Let's see here. XQS still with the full squad. Same goes for TQ. Genesis Esports started off rough, but they are now in the top 6.
And with this top 6 chance, they can basically keep their number 1 spot for now. But look at all the teams that are bouncing up there. This is the best round so far that we are looking at the quest for today. And it definitely is going to be quite the positioning that they'll leapfrog through if they can basically score huge in these final bouts.
Ooh, there you go. Austria Esports eliminated number 6 with 5 elimination points as they try to get into the circle. Now we're in top 4 as another team got eliminated. Here we go. Potential repeat of chicken dinners. Yes, we still have Genesis Esports, we still have Harame Bros, and we have Exquisite here. And TQ, actually, we're gonna see a definite repeat.
Exquisite looking for that second chicken dinner for today. Super Pickles now being knocked down, but eventually they will deal with that situation. Harame Bro is the one that actually faces against them. Meanwhile, Westy gets the pick on Federalis and will shut him off that spree. So now, heading into the top three, we are still seeing some of all these contenders up there really making waves. Very good opportunity out there for Exquisite as Yue finds save. 2 members remaining for the side of TQ. Whereas GE having Westy all alone, taking charge of that sector all by himself. But there's a lot of fishes to fry for him.
Yeah, it's a tall ask here, but if West can somehow pull off a chicken dinner, he will be a big hero here for Genesis Esports now. Stage 9, zone will close entirely. He'll be forced to move. Yue from afar, knocked down by West. He needs to secure the elimination point. He has 5 now on his own, but at the same time, he has to move because of the blue.
You know what's crazy about this round, Sir Cloud? It's a lot of solo showdowns that have been able to wow all of us. It's Federalis and now Westy. All the points acquired by GE is all done by this gentleman. Nathan is going to be down on the ground. And now TQ, they will have him shut off completely. The quarter is out of the game. 2 members reviving one off. It's going to be a 3 versus 1. I think they've already know where Westy's at.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard for Westy to pull off this one, right? Because you can see that Exquisite, they have a good split. It's a 2-1 split here with Lufa from an off angle. At the same time, they know where West is at. So West now can pull off something insane. Spots out Lufa from the other side. Shots fired to Lufa. Lufa is now in a critical situation. West will be pinned back. And with that one nade to take him out, Exquisite scores the second chicken dinner today.
What a huge leapfrog of points going into the hands of Exquisite Esports. And tell you what, ladies and gents, this could very well be the next big contender to GE as they match to blow them all apart and will get themselves rewarded with a hefty amount of points.
Wow, what a show that was. Like what you said, right? Individual performance by West, by Federalis, the early fights. The early fight, that was by... Okay, I start to forget now. That was like the first stage circle. That recovery. Oh, that was by Enigma, right? I mean, this round is arguably the most entertaining round that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, we got Coca-Cola really busting out moves, saving his teammate, immediately gunning out for APG. Look at this again. Like,
oh man,
I think of all the things that happened, this is the most insane moment of this round. You see, Coca-Cola ran out of bullets, going for the save, and then Master Riggs, he's got ideas, right? And then Koopa shuts him down, and Coca-Cola, he went in and out hunting for the final point and aces out APG.
Yeah, that entire fight itself is arguably the highlight of the moment. Until towards the end where we saw individual fights, but we'll leave that for the highlights in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. But throughout this round, I must say in between as well, there were a lot of fights that happened on the outside the circle, some of them in the blue, including the fight with PBE and GTQ. So that was a very long fight, and unfortunately because of that, Playbook Esports eliminated without points in this round, and that gave the chance to Genesis Esports to extend their lead against them.
Yeah, and with a lot of all these very, very close fights as well, Harame Bro really put up a showing, especially once again, Federalis is such a monster in this lobby. Like, look at him swinging 1, 2, 3,
Man.
and he's just doing damage with every single shot that he let loose.
Yeah, it was left to the final moment where we're still able to secure that one extra point before he went out. But no doubt, Federalis has to be the MVP this round. This guy, the top eliminator in the PMNC Philippines, now coming onto the PMCL Southeast Asia with this MVP, well deserved.
You know what he reminds me of? A very young Ryzen. Like, this is basically the next big name in PUBG Mobile Esports, so long as Rame Bro can basically continue on with this pursuit to try to get their hands on that golden ticket to BMGO, then I believe he can basically show the world what they've got.
Yeah, Feather Ryzen, we can call him if that's the case. But Exquisite Esports not going to take the spotlight away from them. They scored their second chicken dinner today itself. This time with 10 eliminations, so that's going to be 20 points in total for them in this round. But man, Exquisite Esports, today is their day. It's their day. It's between them and GE.
Yeah, I would say even more so for the side of Exquisite Esports because, you know, day one wasn't exactly really too telling of what Exquisite Esports have to offer. And then, you know, after getting a little bit more of that read, they now show up really huge in just 2 days of playing in this stacked lobby, right? So I believe that there's definitely a lot more that Exquisite can actually show. You give them 2 days, this is the result. You give them 1 week, maybe even more.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like I can't wait to see what's going to happen next week, right? Because these teams, they are really coming up. They are getting used to the lobby. And I guess that's what brewed their success to today at least. And we're only in day number 2, and there's so much that has changed since day number 1. But based on the overall stats here, nothing unusual if you ask me. Total elimination 61. That means 3 of them got eliminated by the zone, and I believe that was because of some of the fights that happened on the outside that forced them to be taken out by it.
Yeah, and there's just immense pressure all across the corner, especially when you saw the lockout of the El Pozo City, and eventually all these teams were fighting from the south as well as the eastern side to really get across. That's where some of them actually get zoned out. So other than that, I think like headshot ratios are looking to be very, very healthy within all these squads that are playing within this round. So let's see later on, will this record be topped by the final match of Miramar?
A couple of records that we'll be looking forward to, right? Like the most eliminations in the single round, 16 is still the number to beat. Look at the match standings here. Okay, I know Exquisite got the chicken dinner, not going to take the highlight away from them, but another team that we need to highlight is Genesis Esports. If you remember, at the start, they only had 2 players at the start, and somehow they managed to make it onto the top 2 with 6 elimination points. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's just astounding records being displayed yet again from the side of Genesis Esports, and a lot of all these elimination points is just gathered by Westy alone. So just figure that one out, right? Other teams, need all 4 players to be alive in order to get what they get right now. So we'll let that sink in. But of course, everybody else really did put up quite the showing out there. We see an average of 6-pointers or 5-pointers, give or take, on an average. And then certain teams, of course, they took those early fights and they just crashed out.
And this is where it all matters. The points so far still, no other team than the Genesis Esports has broken the 100-point mark. So looking at Playbook Esports and Harame Bros to potentially do it in the final round. But because Genesis Esports, they did well. Playbook Esports, unfortunately, not so. So now the 20-point gap is back up there between the 2 of them. And let's not forget, Genesis Esports has a game in hand.
Yeah, and on top of all these stuff, Genesis Esports should still basically technically be untouchable, at least for today. And then if you take a look at both Enigma and Exquisite, with these chicken dinners acquired, they are now tied for number 4 spot. So that definitely is something that we'll keep our eyes on with these couple of teams that are around the 60 mark region with TQ as well as Yangon Galacticos. So there definitely will be a little bit of shift in the upcoming game.
Oh man, a lot of shift will happen, definitely. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the objective is to make out the grand finals from the league stage. That's the big main objective. Any other prize, of course, is a great bonus, and it's nice to carry the name of league champions and all that. But in case the team feels that they are just too far away, the objective again is to make it into the top 16, grand finals, and we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and I guess like for now, of course, all these players really have to take one game at a go, right? Like once you have a bad round, just go ahead, take that 10-minute break if they need to discuss it, and eventually take a deep breath and just go at it again, because every new game is a new opportunity. So with that said, we're gonna move into the next one real soon, but right after a quick break. So of course, we definitely want to see you guys stay put for our final round of Miramar. So with that being said, we'll catch you guys in a quick bit.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. legs go boom. Legs go boom.
Welcome to the hottest league as we will begin our final round of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia for day number 2. It's Sir Cloud and Contra here on the desk, well, virtual desk, of course, as we bring you all the action from our SEA teams. Today, we see Exquisite Esports getting 2 chicken dinners to try to race to the top against Genesis Esports.
Yeah, one thing about Exquisite, I noticed that they made a substitution. So fourth row isn't playing, at least for the previous round. They still scored the chicken dinner. I believe he played when they scored the first chicken dinner. So yeah, they have that flexibility of moving players around, maybe due to map specialization, and they're still able to do well. But other than them getting the chicken dinner, we also had individual performances. Federellas and West, man, how many of these highlights they can get in a single round, right?
Well, as much as they would get if they could basically play all day. So let's take a look at the groups that will be playing for our final match of the evening. Tomorrow we'll be here, same time, same place, but this will be including Group A, C, D, as well as E. So who are we missing out this time around in Group B?
Yeah, so in Group B, we do have, let's see here. Time to Quick, Younger Gaticos, APG, and Playbook Esports will not be playing in this round. So again, because Playbook Esports isn't playing, only the closest one to be able to catch up to Genesis Esports is Harame Bros. But even so, the gap is just too big. Hence, I believe by the other day, GE will still be at number 1.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's going to be any questions about who's going to be contesting it for tonight at the very least, right? Because even with however you put it with a chicken dinner, there's not going to be enough points for you to overtake them so long as they are in this game and will be raking up points. And at the same time, when we look into the amount of matches to be played, they have one spare round to go with. So I guess like they really have to fight for another day for that. But when we look into the middle of the pack, when you did mention that, you know, PBE is not going to be around, and same goes to Yangon Galacticos, in the middle of the pack within, you know, top 4 all the way to top 7 or 8, we see a very close fight between some of these teams, and the Yangon Galacticos happen to be one of those teams there within the top 5 ratio. So with them not playing, this is a really good chance for the hot informed team Exquisite to overtake them.
Yeah, but the not so bad news is that Young Galacticos is on page 1. And I believe that if you can be consistent enough to be on page 1 by the end of every week, you will definitely see the light of the grand finals. And that is where it matters, right? You get to the grand finals, then you figure out how to be the champions from there. But if you're not in the grand finals, then it's going to be tough. But you know what's not tough is to get this collaboration set thanks to Line Friends that's currently in game right now.
Yeah, and of course, sometimes it does get tough when you're playing alone, which is why we bring Sally to accompany you this time around. So this promo is going on with this collaboration with Line Friends for a limited time only, where you can join our one and only charming buddy Sally in battle with new sets and items, as well as the brand new prize path, which can unlock special Line Friends rewards. So jump into PUBG Mobile from today till 3rd of March. You don't have that many days to go. That's like, what, another 3 days before it ends. So make sure you be getting this one quick before it runs out. And not only that, we also do have the brand new Serpent Gleam set that's currently offered. If you guys are into the Guild series, this is definitely for you, because this is an exclusive AWM Serpent Gleam that actually comes in with elimination broadcast as well as on-hit effects once you basically secure this one in the bag. So make sure you grab this one because it's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, and it's here for a limited amount of time, just like all the other sets. This one is until the 21st of March. It might sound like they have a good amount of time to be in the game for you guys to grab, but time do fly. So yeah, don't miss out on this opportunity. First draw only at 10 UC.
Yeah, and I'm definitely hoping that you guys will be able to be lucky with those draws, and we're going to be moving into our very final flight of day 2 really soon. So I think like today, there's definitely a lot of impressive performances. I wouldn't say that there was any bad performance overall from anybody in that matter of fact, because a lot of huge step up coming in from the second pagers, especially coming in with APG really fighting their tooth and nail in order to claim some points, but they are definitely still working on it. If Exquisite could bounce back with these 2 chicken dinners, I'm pretty sure that other teams will be very inspired and maybe take a little bit of a playbook of a page by the end of the night.
Speaking about bouncing back, I really want to see the Singaporean team scoring a chicken dinner for themselves, because every other region has at least got one. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Miramar, the last match for today. And the team that's representing the Singaporean region playing in this round is going to be Flash Vision Esports. So looking at you guys to bring it back home.
Let's see if they can do so. But first and foremost, let's not get into those early contests, and make sure you guys are safe and you will be pretty much a-okay, because there's plenty of space to play out in this 8x8 desert dune. So this is going to be the flight starting off in Puerto Paraiso. So safe to say that majority of all these land are up for grabs. So we'll see where exactly is this going to put these teams. Maybe a little bit of an extension to Cruz del Val or anywhere up north, but for most part, I think like the teams are very happy about this trajectory.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of hotspots are very, very reachable for these teams, right? But that also means that the potential of early clash might happen. I see a lot of drops around the area of Picado. I wonder if we'll see a hot drop there. Chumasera, maybe. We've seen a clash yesterday, and a couple of teams actually hovering around there. See you soon is going towards that direction, and another team is overlapping them. Other than that, maybe El Pozo, maybe Monte Nuevo. So those are some of the hot spots here that we want to keep our eye on. But the circle-wise this time, it's going to move on to the right side instead.
Yeah, it's great to actually see a little bit of shift of where the zone's going to end up, because it looks to be around the outskirts of Minas Gerais, Los Leones, and maybe it might end up in Puerto Paraiso. God7 as well as See You Soon Tiger KE, they might actually clash again inside of the region of Chimosera. And MFG is not too far off as well. Asia also taking a battle by the corners of Montenevo, as they will definitely give us a little bit of a focal point view from the side of God7 and STKE.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see the first clash inside of Chumacera and Montenuevo. So these two hotspots. As we look over at the elimination feed, Eras from Flash Vision eliminated. First blood given to Oscar. Shakir knockdown. 0 knockdown. Oh no, Flash Vision, one player left. And yep. Only a couple of minutes into the game, and we have got our first team out.
I think I noticed what the problem is, Cloud. This is the third time in a row that you've implemented the Costage Curse again.
Oh man. I was about to hear something objective like, okay, maybe they changed the drop spot, yada yada, but no, you have to pull that off, right?
I think like this is external source already. It really is. Unfortunately, I mean, jokes aside, right? Like early run-ins, really something that's kind of like a 50-50, right? Especially when you're in the same pound overall. Whoever gets the boots first will be getting that upper hand, and unfortunately enough,
yeah, the higher powers are listening to our broadcast. I forgot 7. Let's see if they can pull off something against See You Soon. Rushing in. Weaponry not the best though, so they're making do with whatever they have.
God7 at least have a very defensive area of play, right? And that forces See You Soon to find ways to infiltrate, even despite the weapon disadvantage. We'll definitely have to see whether if Blue Kev can actually open a little bit of grounds. It's basically 2 weapons pointed by the front door, so it's not as easy as it seems. Unless if See You Soon can actually find some grenades, then this can be doable. But they have to make do with what they have, because there's not going to be much of a work around that. Oh, he does actually see a little bit more of that movement, it seems. Well, actually, that's his teammate. CZ over on top end of the hill will try to scout out whether if Zero's going to be cutting across the road, that could be an opportunity to shut one member out of See You Soon KE.
Well, looks like it's going to be a Chumacera standoff here. This might take a while, but they are not in the circle, obviously. 900 meters away from it. The John with the molly onto the second floor, but nobody's there. So utilities used, and he's out of them. So it's going to make do with whatever that he have left. Only weapons.
And this is literally what they call the Mexican standoff, right? Like a little bit of drama, commotion, nobody making a move yet. And then later on, one bullet to the head and everything ends. Fortunately enough, that's not the case for John. He still survives.
Boy, Sean, again at the standstill. Well, a lot of shots fired though, but really no return yet. Lulutier tries to take down that high ground lurker, but again, it's going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be a never-ending battle at this state. It's really the question about how much more resources do they have before somebody taps out and give way, right? And we look into John. He's only got that 35 bullets alongside with an 8 magazine clip, which is honestly not enough because you're using micro Uzi. You finish that one clip, it's gone in an instant, right?
Yeah.
So John has got to make everything count. He really wants this fight.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on their utilities right now as one of them got knocked down. It's going to be Boyshon on his knees. So this could be an opening for God7. They have the manpower advantage. Amura rushes in, but he gets knocked down by Lulu Tiep instead. Zero on the left side with a shotgun. First shot, second shot, it hits. And he will score it. But it's not done yet though. He needs to take care of KS in the building.
KS now trying to prepare for something right here. He's still got that micro Uzi. How much more bullets does he have? 0. He's got the M249. He does not care. He's like, come challenge me, bro. And now he breaks up the shotgun. He actually passes it off. And now he gets picked off just like that. KS, he managed to save the day. Wow, see you soon. With all that trouble of an invade, they get all 4 of them.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty nice, pretty clean there. But you know what? Even though if he lost the fight, there's ZZ to follow up. So I think the win would have been given to God7 anyway. Very, very high chance.
Yeah, and CZ, he's got all the time in the world to actually loot up on the other sector instead. And most importantly, he's always on the watch. So whatever movements from the outskirts, that's where they get punished. Because we start to see you soon being a little bit segregated from one another, and that's where they managed to basically bounce back. And I like the decision where God7 pushes them out at the same time.
Well, looks like that's done and dusted. So the first 2 teams have been eliminated. Now we are down to the next 14 teams. Everyone else is still intact. Exquisite, they drop all the way in ruins. So that's a very far drop. They got to spend a little bit more time traveling into the circle. And they're definitely prepared for it. We can see first aid wise, 5, 3. They would have been had enough to survive it to get in.
Yeah, not a problem at all at the very least. Like, stage 1 doesn't hurt excruciatingly enough. But stage 2 onwards, that's where they will definitely have some cause for concern. Austria, another squad that definitely have a really good opening round. And you know, like in Malay, they have a saying that's like, "Oh, lambat panas."
Oh.
And what that means is that it's a slow heating process. And I think, like, yeah, Austria today is pretty much on heat. Sounded a little wrong, huh?
Yeah. I mean that has a lot of meanings to it, you know. I mean,
Okay.
Just saying. I know it's late at night, you know, and sometimes it gets a bit lonely.
It does.
Yeah,
It does.
but it's not that lonely. We have like 58 more players in this round, so a lot of other players to accompany them.
That's them, but there's only 2 of us.
Oh,
But that's okay. It's great that we have the spectators joining us as well. Thank you for keeping us accompanied, I guess.
yep.
And now, look at the zone. There's a lot of players that are still making their way in, as it will be towards the outskirts of Los Leones as well as La Bonita. Very awkward situation. How did... what? Save?
Okay, Fern.
I don't think you can save the car like this. Can we try?
I don't know. Okay. I mean, we've seen a lot of
That's the first.
sticky situations, but not in that kind. That's new.
I've never seen a car stuck on a tree before.
How? I have never.
I don't know.
Like that.
You know, like I've been on TikTok lately, and also other social media. I've always seen this meme where they were saying, what was that? Oh, it's Optimus Prime, and then like something happens to the car, and I think that was an Optimus Prime moment.
Oh, okay. So will he transform into something?
I don't know. Hopefully, something that would win them the game. But nah, it's usually just car accidents or unnatural car disasters
Yeah.
that is actually funny. So yeah.
Yeah, that is clearly unnatural. Not gonna lie, right? I mean, we've seen so many sticky situations with vehicles, but that's a new one. I've not seen one. Like literally, that kind of means that the car just grew on trees. You know, I'm trying. I'm trying.
I kind of wish cars grow on trees. I mean, you and I could basically gather cars and then put them up for sale.
Oh, okay. Speaking about
But I
that
guess
car,
we need to own that tree.
oh, I wouldn't mind. You know, like if money don't grow on trees, but cars do, I'll take that for sure.
Yeah, any day. Especially if it grows a Lamborghini. I mean, you're in luck. Oh boy. Long shots connecting coming from Federalis. Damage return in favor as well. As we go back into the serious business of Los Leones. GE already taking guard over on the north side of the inner circle, while Federalis running out of bullets. He's got to really restock as well, because I don't see too much left in terms of 7.62 bullets.
Yeah, gotta get a good look there. But that's the thing about like long range taps, right? But hang on, thought for a second. A siege just happened. A run by onto Mewtwo. Looks like his telekinesis did not tell him to be aware of STE before they came.
Yeah, and I guess he gotta teleport out of there if he can. But no such features inside of PUBG, even if you are Mewtwo. Here comes Miner. And I got something to say about the name, but I'd rather not.
Okay.
I guess we'll wait for a certain moment, but yeah, STE today have a couple of decent records, while the rest of the squad have definitely seen better runs inside of Miramar. Right now, it's just a little bit of calm before the storm, with the rest of Esports holding on to this sector with the rest of 214 Akira on that lower ground. And I think like we did not really touch on to 214 Akira too much for today. I mean, sure, they're on a slump, but I didn't expect it to be almost a no-show, to be honest.
Yeah, they scored like what? The first chicken dinner yesterday, and then after that it was like you don't really get to see much of that. You got the few moments here and there, but if we talk about like day number 2, like throughout the day, it's like you know, we almost hardly see them. It's every time. By the time we get like notice, like we're gonna talk about them, they were eliminated. So it's really hard to tell the story for today for 214 Akira.
Yeah, and I guess like we don't really see too much of a bird's eye vision on them in most of their fights to really assess what really went on. While we move back into Los Leones, very tricky city to play for a majority of the players. A widespread, and now we really do get a little bit of a view on the side of XQS. Lufa Boy now getting chipped off as Super Pickles comes in for the back for a little bit of assistance. This is going to be very tight of an angle for them to squeeze out of La Bonita. Yue tries to see if he can basically get by to safety, but Lufa Boy now gets that out. Will be taken out by the blue zone. Oh, Dread Esports waited for the right time to strike it down. And there's going to be a lot more blood to be spilled across the creative fields of La Bonita.
Man, and Nathan is caught out in the blue right now. Moy putting a lot of pressure onto him. For him to get into the circle, it's going to be so hard right now. Same goes for his teammates now stuck in that shack. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Sizak trying to tag out Nathan, and there's really not much that he could basically do about this situation. It's either you pick Dread Esports or 214 Akira, so either way, it's not going to go well for them. Well, the direct passage is to basically cut across the corner to take on IT, because they are the Coast Guards of the next episode. Meanwhile, on the far back, Harame Bro has got that clean passage over on the Western Plains. GE from the north side, unchallenged unless if they want to pick on TQ. 214 Akira now going for that close quarter combat against Exquisite.
Rankin just right below Exquisite. Can he pull off a big one here? Gets the first one. Oh, that nade came from nowhere. Rankin now. Oh, that was a close one, Nathan. But there was a save here from the other side. Nathan been eliminated. Exquisite is out after getting a chicken dinner this time around. Unfortunately, an early elimination for Exquisite.
Yeah, there's really nothing to be done right there. They were all stuck without much options left. The moment that Lufa Boy gets caught out, and then with their whole position being exposed, all the teams are just gaining their moving inbound. But here comes Hurido. He gets those shots landed up, and there's a run for their own lives. MFG could not afford to fight back, but there will be retaliation coming in from the side of Shroud as Myth Clan has been waiting alongside. Asya now trying to actually take out Lang X. Of the prime in the name, while the rest of Fearless Esports raise on the other quarter, looking for MFG as well. There's so many teams basically clashing up against each other around the same vicinity, and it's just helter-skelter.
Yeah, make that 4 teams right now as FRL needs to find a way to get into the circle. ZZ needed down by Koopa. But the focus on the Nang X right now, the final member of Austria Esports. They have 5 eliminations now, but how long can Nang X survive? He's still on the outside of the circle at this moment. Speaking of the circle, it's closing and it might arrive onto him in about 50 more seconds.
And Nang X is just holding on to a lifeline. 5 points already for side of Austria Esports, but he does not want to be counted out. The rest of FRL is trying to force their way in. Ramsey gets back.
One more?
Nang X.
Yo!
Oh my goodness! He's a beast. He's a god. He brings them all down. And here goes Need You. 1 HP left.
Yo!
Gets shut off by Harami Bro, saving the day for Austria Esports.
Man, Harami Bro is doing him a favor, but you gotta give it to him as well. He got 2 back-to-backs like that, and with that, he still survived. But can he survive long enough to get into the circle? That will be the next question. But looking over the overall, I guess the elimination feed ran too fast. I believe he got eliminated as well, but that's okay. That's okay. That's still a good highlight moment there.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I believe it's either MM or even the player from the side of MFG that have been able to claim 1. I like how MFG is actually spread out with 1 player scouting for a little bit of area of safety net for them to play in. So they would be able to actually cut across. Meanwhile, look at the flock of crowd over on the south all the way to the east. There's just too little space for them to play out. Chipna goes in for some really strong tags, gets Sizak down, and now he knows Master Vape is hiding by these haystacks here, but there's not much that he can basically do about that certain situation. There should be a revive going in, whereas the rest of GE is now here to play Westy, now going for a shred against Fern, and right underneath him, he's got to spot this one out as well. Westy going for 2, at range, he's got no business doing here, so save will also spring up.
Ooh, look at that Fern actually able to get a single attack and again another one on the save. Save trying to save himself. He's out in the open right now. Murder's scoping out save. Okay, behind the building, but Genesis Esports, they know exactly where he is. Save, he does have time to recover himself, but for how long can he save himself here in this building?
And this is definitely a very interesting spot to be at. He just basically booked it because the circle is right there. So he finds himself into a safe compound to hold out for a little bit longer, but not for too long. Jit now crashes in directly towards the side of Dai Esports, going in for the shred with the DBS, as they will all be pummeled down, only leaving 1 member behind inside of the shack. Master Vape, he does have a anti-tank weapon with him, but that's not going to cut it because he is all alone trying to rescue his team. And Holy Lanju just basically making sure that their days are numbered. Esports with those 6 huge points.
Woo! Wow, okay, 6 already? Wow, okay, but they have 2 players left, so it's gonna be kind of tough for them, and plus they're by the edge of the circle there before the move. Oh! Master Faye, position compromised.
Chipna still having their eyes on the prize. And once again, looking at this Miramar match to include one of the most long-range shots available across the playing fields because of the terrains that they're being put up against. a lot of all these teams like to actually take it into a close range battle if they feel a little bit more confident, which is why we see that crash happening towards the side of Dread Esports. Whereas Master Vape, I still need a name for this weapon. I always forget what that name is.
I need to have a look at it again later on, just to try to catch it. Okay, Scar L? Is that?
Nuh-uh. The one that Master Vape's holding.
Yeah.
The one that could basically blow up vehicles.
Oh, okay. All right.
There.
Okay. Can't get a good clear look, but it's okay. It's okay. But anyway, now for Genesis Esports on the outside circle. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting now. Harame Bros and Genesis Esports next to each other. The closest potential team to be able to overtake Genesis Esports. Now, if Genesis can eliminate Harame Bros, they will be on the clear.
Oh, that's a good headshot coming in from Master Vape. What a snipe, and he's been able to tank it out. I believe he's wearing a level 3 helmet, if that's the case. And this is just going to be a little bit more of a holdout situation until some of them will have to rotate. MM coming with a wraparound, and he will be able to just pick up some of the fallen members of GOT7 while we have Amura still hiding behind that vehicle, as MM will definitely take notice, dropping out those grenades as they will try to flush him completely. And that should be it for Myth Clan. A very hard-earned point coming in from the side of these players out there, but in terms of GOT7, they did manage to have some decent good fights with those 4 points secured, whereas Enigma still really riding on that momentum, having all 4 members still intact heading into the final few bouts.
Okay. Oh, wow. 3 teams with a full squad. So, well, if you want to include Enigma, there's going to be 4. Right. At this moment, looking at teams on the outside circle, we got Genesis Esports trying to win the fight. Save! Oh! Save! Murder's on his knees, but follow-up from none other than the man of the hour, West, to save the day.
He's just so good in these Miramar fights. Like, even in his open fields, he's still very, very confident to take on these battles. Smart enough to not go in for an open revive. He needs to heal himself first before going in for a pickup. Meanwhile, Exit literally going in for the exit. FG Esports, a little bit of a casualty there, done by himself, I do believe, as they will falter at 7th spot. 6 more teams to go on this very final round. Smile. Know that there is a lot more players to be on top of those hills as they will safely cut across these areas of play. Harami Bro, 6 pointers, is really gonna be looking forward to get a little bit of rematch done against GE.
Oh, Dale, looks like they have a substitution here for Harame Bros. Okay, making the changes in order to maintain the pace with Genesis Esports. Let's see here, Enigma is just beside Harame Bros. Interesting, the 2 teams that have gotten a chicken dinner today. It'll be interesting to see them duke it out with each other.
Speaking of which, here we get it. Harami Bros being spotted out by GE already. 1 knockdown. As Small hoping to actually get a good snipe going. It's a moving target, but the damage is done. Oh, if they do get a huge pickup against both Enigma as well as Harami Bro, this is going to be a very, very interesting course of the battle. And GE is taking control of 50% of the map.
Oh yeah, look at the spread. Very, very confident on them to do that. Smile! Sniping onto the other side. Master Vape is the next target, but Smile cannot just focus onto him. He has to be aware of his surrounding, including STE and Enigma on the other side. But speaking of STE, they're going at Newbie. Swerves around. Koopa surprises Cap. And there you go. Coca-Cola on the other side. Enigma now defending their ground. Stranger Esports eliminated as they try to win the fight against Enigma.
Decent finish coming out of STE with 3 points out there, with Enigma still committing into a sandwich battle as they are right in between Dread Esports, GE, as well as Harame Bro, they have to basically turtle in. They do have a little bit of a cove to hide in for the time being. But GE, they are so proactive in pushing out because they have taken good control across these corners, knowing that there is going to be one player coming in from Esports all the way from the back, but that will not deter them altogether. And you just look at how many eliminations these top 5 teams have. It's all high numbers that has been acquired by every single team that's on board.
Oh yeah, Army Bros with 8 now with a full squad. Looking good. But let's see here if they can win the fight against Enigma. They should be able to do so. They do have the terrain advantage. They are on top of them. At the same time, the blue will put pressure. Range reposition himself. That's a very quick reverse move there by Range.
Yeah, the mastery on the vehicle is quite rare to find these days. I mean, he could basically take part in the free practice of Bahrain if he wants to. Have fun, fans, you get the drill. But of course, he is busy earning more money right here in PMCL. Master Vape still trying to lurk his way into the final zone, but the moment he steps out, I think Smile's gonna get him.
Oh yeah, Smile, nice off position. So, but the thing is that Smile, he's not within the circle, so he has to move a little bit forward. That might expose himself. Okay, Master Vape just right below West. West, not really looking at Master Vape though.
I think he's gonna go for this opening chance. Whereas Smile gets himself busy with the rest of Harame Bros to deal with. Federales being knocked down. And they got to get this recovery in time. Enigma will be shut off completely. And the entire squad of Harame Bro is just basically shattering all the hopes of everybody cutting from the south side.
Oh, Smile now moves forward into the middle of the circle. Very confident move by him. And he's very close by with another team. Still circling around with his vehicle. Okay, let's see what does he have. He is the Lone Ranger for the team.
Master Vape will be a surprising element into this squad battles over on the top side. Federal is now priming a grenade. It's going to clip onto a majority of the members of Dread Esports, leaving Lanju on the other corner, and Lanju will be taken out completely. That leaves our top tree right here. And now, this is a question of whether or not can Esports actually find a way to steal the spotlight. Master Ichi and the rest of GE, they're fixating onto the side of Harame Bros, and this might be dangerous for them.
Yeah, we're talking about map control right now. GE has the better map control, but Smile went down! So now they do not have their IGL active. They do not have the all-bango guy. Harame Bros could wrap things up. West is on the other side. Together with Ichi. They are pinned down the corner, but they need to be careful with another person. The last player of Esports is still alive.
Yeah, and he's really got to take the opportunity to steal away. Yes, he does steal the point. He takes out Westy, and now the rest of Justice Esports crumble and fall. And this is Harame Bros' time to shine, securing the final chicken dinner of the night.
Oh man, again, another one to the Filipinos who rage. Federales, and Dale with the chicken dinner. And everyone in their team was intact. Nobody went out, so they did not donate any points to anyone else.
That was an impressive performance coming out of Harame Bros. Did you just see how many teams were around their sector and they basically battered everybody? Literally everybody that walks towards their way. And they were so swift in these team fights that all these other teams did not stood any chance at all. And I really want to take a look at stats. I kind of wish that we get to see the individual player knockdowns, because like how many times were they actually recovered in some of these battles, because it didn't really seem like Harame Bros were all too challenged even in such a crazy onslaught over the south.
Yeah, what I noticed is that I think they were knocked out a couple of times, but they kept reviving each other. So yeah, I mean, they felt like the living undead. But this is the highlight of the previous round, and for me, this fight here, this See You Soon fight, this was pretty nice. It was very adventurous, but if we look into it, like Like Zero was the last man, and even if we would have won that fight, there was another teammate of CU soon to follow up onto him, so he probably would have lost the fight anyway.
Yeah, and that was also one of the first few battle of attrition as well, right? Like, you basically advance when you do know that your enemies are also running out of resources and you yourself have to reserve it. So it was really very interesting how it all kicked off, and then we get ourselves the grand view of the whole canyon that GE was conquering. We thought that would give them an advantage, but Harame Bro proved to be too tough of a cookie for everybody else to fight against. And there's just so many of all these pushes on these open fields, and also a lot of good snipes going through. So I think like I'm really satisfied with what the offerings are for our final battle in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this round, okay, towards the end, okay, let's look at this again, right? Like, based on their position, like what you said, they were at some point quite surrounded, but they managed to, like, manage all the teams around them. So instead of Federales, who was the MVP previously, this time is the MVP. 5 eliminations with 841 damage. So Harame Bros not only built around one player.
Yeah, and every individual out of Harame Bro can basically hold out on their own. You saw how well each one of them have been able to basically chunk those numbers out. Like, you've seen Federales so many times, and this time it's to also take the cake again. And all of them have been really working together like clockwork. So when you take a look at total heals, yes indeed, like you said, a lot of heals coming in as well as pickups in order for them to actually utilize the package anyways. But this is another 13-pointer. So the hopes of actually regaining that #1 spot looks to be very well and alive, even despite the members of GE advancing to the late game and also have been having another game to be played out in the future. So at least Harame Bro making a tight competition.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Range from Harame Bros used to play for Playbook Esports in the last PMSL. So he's definitely no stranger to this stage. In fact, in the other stage as well that comprises of the other regions. So he's bringing it to this team at the stage. And yeah, I mean, Harame Bro so far is so good for them, not gonna lie. But if we look over at the overall stats here, nothing too unusual, I must say. Total eliminations 58, so 6 of them eliminated by the zone. But where it matters is the match standings, and Harame Bros with 13 eliminations brought them 23 points in total.
Yeah, and this is a clear 13-point gap between GE's earnings as well. So this is a very, very solid showing. But I would say the top 5 in this matchup really doing so much in order to really put on their best foot forward, and I am just really happy to see even I-Team getting that 13 points because they definitely needed it a lot. I think like Esports have definitely gotten themselves one of the biggest earnings in terms of points today, alongside with, of course, the Exquisites that have been able to get that double chicken dinner. So with that, if there's an extra prize, man, I would happily give them that, I don't know, $50 or so.
Yeah, gotta get a little bit of share, right, for effort as well. But speaking about effort, because of Harame Bros' effort, they have broken the 100-point mark now to be together in the 100-point club with Genesis Esports, now at number 2, but they're still trailing behind by 18 points. But that's okay, that's okay. Still a lot more days to go. Playbook Esports, they did not play the previous round, so their points are unchanged at 96 points, only 4 points shy away from the 100-point mark. And then you have a 19-point gap with Enigma, and then Exquisite with 10 points, and so on and so forth. But on the other end, Flash Vision Esports still unchanged at number 20. But the sort of like a good news is that they do have that one game in hand to try to overtake APG.
Yeah, certain teams will be playing that one game in order to conclude 10 for all of them. I guess by the end of the week that will of course happen. But for now, with total of
10 games to be played out. GE as well as Harami Bros point differentials are honestly not too far apart. So there's definitely a huge hope for the Filipinos to give chase to GE. Whereas even the likes of Austria Esports, you remember how only yesterday, they were sitting dead bottom, right? At a certain few points. And look where they are, middle of the pack. So this is definitely huge step ups, and we love to see how things will change in day 3. So, well, is there anything else that we would like to touch on before, of course, we close the night? Because we've already concluded all of the matches for today. So, Krau, anything on your mind?
Well, I know a lot of fans are very concerned about Austria Esports' performance. It's very unusual to see them that far away. But yeah, there's like what you say, right? There's still a lot more games to go. Maybe it's the warming up thing. Maybe it's getting used to the lobby with this sort of like a new lineup because they have Dewey in their lineup. So maybe give them some time. In the next few days, they'll be able to catch up. There's still enough time, enough games for them to do so. So Austria Esports fans out there, don't worry, be happy, continue to support your favorite team.
Yeah, and I guess that's the best advice that anybody could give. So with that said, this will be the end of all that we have for day 2. We'll catch you guys again tomorrow. Circle as well as Contra signing off.
you.